mic where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledged knowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcasted like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's the number one Chief Rock at Knicks Universe, your main man, Uncle Freezy. And welcome to the Knicks at Night podcast. Y'all want this party started right. Y'all want this party started quickly. Right? All right. Let me first, and I know it's a little bit premature, but let me first congratulate the future NBA champs, Miami Heat. Let me first congratulate the future NBA champion, Miami Heat. Yo, this is hilarious, bro. This is hilarious. This is too much for me to take right now. As I watch this, the Miami Heat are up 101-79 against the Boston Celtics. Yo, let me congratulate the future NBA champion, Miami Heat, and that they appear to be the future of NBA basketball. They appear to be the future of NBA basketball right now. You know, do you throw all your money? Do you throw all your money into a whole bunch of run, jump athletes that are 8 foot tall with 50-inch verticals? You know what I'm saying? That got handles for days and do all that stuff? Or do you remember that basketball is a team sport? Andrew Collier says Boston might blow it up. Boston might blow it up. Yeah. Yeah, they may. They may. Boston should probably be ashamed of themselves. My other thing is, Boston, congratulations. You played yourself. Miami was out here booking tickets to Denver because they didn't respect y'all. Miami legit was booking tickets to Denver because they didn't respect y'all. And y'all knew this going into the game, and y'all still went out there and laid an egg. Congratulations, Boston Celtics. You played yourself. You are legit the punchline of the offseason. JJ asked a serious question. Do we still want Jaylen Brown? Yes. I'll take him. My internet has been funky, wonky. I don't know what it is. It's been like that all day. Jaylen Brown out here getting outplayed by a dude named Caleb. Jason Tatum out here choking against a dude named Caleb. Miami out here legit. Boston played 12 players. Miami played 8 players. Virtuoso is in the building. Shout out to the chat. David L. is in the house. Sherwin is in the house. Andrew College is in the house. Wiz is in the house. Cormega is in the house. Knicks are nice. Pudge is in the house. Illmatics is in the house. Let's go. Real King is in the house. Bronx Mel is in the house. Craig is in the house. Virtuoso is in the house. I see y'all. The son of the legend, Kerry Cox, is in the house. Let's go. Boston, congratulations. You played yourself. Jason Tatum in a game 7 scores 14 points. How untouchable is Jason Tatum now? This is multiple playoff appearances that Jason Tatum has not shown up. Malcolm Brogdon didn't even score. Is he not the 6th man of the year? The 6th man of the year didn't even score? Okay. It's over, ladies and gentlemen. Miami is on their way to Denver. And I'm just going to say this early on. Congratulations to the NBA champs, Miami Heat. Paris Duggar is in the building. Paris Duggar says, what a great lesson to learn. Our dumb fans always big up other guys like Jaylen Brown and cap on our own. Bim. Talk to him. Adam says, don't forget. Yeah, well, yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I got you. I got you. Adam, my only thing is when Julius Randle did it, it didn't matter. When Jason Tatum do it, it's an excuse. Anybody else feel like that? When Julius Randle turned his ankle and play? When Julius Randle do it, it's you know, we killing Julius Randle. Jason Tatum do it. It's all good. And I know people are going to say, well, you taking it out of context, man. Blah, 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 blah. No, I don't care. I don't care. Paris Duggar says, Jay said he got hurt first play. Just got to report the truth. Tatum is untouched. Yeah. No. When Randall gets hurt, when Brunson and everybody gets hurt, man, we don't even care. We say, y'all would, hey, listen, the majority of y'all said on this show, if you hurt, don't play. That's one of them inconsistencies that kind of irked me with the crowd, right? That's one of the inconsistencies. If you hurt, don't play, right? That's what we said about Randall. Randall out there, if he hurt, don't play. You hurting the team. Let Obi play. And then Jason Tatum, we like, well, it was a different kind of twisted ankle. Nah, man. And Paris Douglas says, Josh Hart hurt his ankle too, Mr. Selective. Josh got hurt too. Okay. All right. Right. Josh got hurt too. Okay. We out here talking about ankles. We got to deal with. Hey. Listen, this ain't about Josh Hart. This is about Jason Tatum. Jason Tatum get hurt, and we make excuses. I'm not making excuses for Josh Hart, Randall, or Quickly, or Brunson, or nobody. When they get hurt, we say one thing. When the NBA darlings get hurt, all of a sudden we got a million excuses. No slight at Adam. Adam, my guy. But I got something that I really want to talk to y'all about. I don't care. I really, honestly don't care about Jason Tatum. What I care about is, drum roll, please. What I care about is this. Can y'all see that pretty good? Should I make that bigger? Can y'all see that? Okay. Can y'all see that? Okay. Is that too little? Can y'all see the Knicks salary cap? Can y'all see the Knicks salary cap projection for the year 24-25? Is that better for y'all? Okay, you want me to zoom in some more? I'm going to zoom in some more. I'm going to try to zoom in some more without it getting weird. Can you, golly, this site and all these commercials, man, it's weird. All right, so this is the New York Knicks projected salary cap for the year 24-25. Right? This is the New York Knicks salary cap for 24-25. And in that column, you'll see that the Knicks have the 7th highest payroll in the NBA going into 24-25. Right? And that number next to, so you'll see the number 7, right? The 7th highest, blah, 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 blah. I mean, I'm sorry, that number doesn't apply. That's the number of players on the team, right? But you'll see the salary cap, the anticipated salary cap number. And this is on Spot Track, by the way. I'm gonna zoom up so you can see the website. So this is the website that I'm looking at, right? And it's the cap space, right? This is the cap space, right? And you see it right there, a real-time look at the 24-25 salary cap totals for each NBA team. And the cap maximum, right, for that season is 143. The luxury tax threshold is 172,881, right? The luxury tax threshold is that. And this is where your New York Knicks are. Paris Douglas says, you need your cronies to watch this math class. You jealous you don't have cronies? Paris Douglas jealous he don't have cronies. Okay. All right. Pudge Knight says, Spo is the mastermind. Yeah, man. So the reason why I point this out is because I had been getting information about where the Knicks are and blah, 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 and all these things. Daniel Barry is in the building. What's good? DSJ is in the building. Right? So the Knicks, based on this website, as of today, are projected to be about $76.8 million over the salary cap. Based on what this website, and I figured this website is reputable. And Paris Douglas says, the Nutty Professor, we're keeping our guys except either Randall or RJ, who are the same dummies as players. Okay. So we got a senior citizen in the chat like a baby. Do we have a crying meme for the senior citizen? Oh, crybaby. Paris Doug acting like a crybaby. Take your old self to sleep. Keith Turner's in the building. What's good? What's good, Keith Turner? Yeah, so we're in this weird place with Miami and Atlanta and Washington. Now what this does is this number here that you see, the 219-774-800 or 890, that includes all of the cap holes and everything. What I'm gonna say is there are some cap holes. There's gonna be some disappointment, man. You know, I think the Knicks are gonna make some moves that may be a little heartbreaking. One of them is this. One of them is this. I feel like we're gonna part ways with Derrick Rose. And I would like to keep Derrick Rose around. I just wouldn't like to keep Derrick Rose around for that number. Right? Right. And I just wanted to put this on the screen because I know a lot of times narratives will float around and we won't have proof, or we won't have a source. So it's like the stuff that we talk about, we won't have anything to back it up. We'll just be talking about just random stuff. Right. Hey, so my man Paris Duggar I'm with him on this. He says, find me the best two undrafted players who shoot great from three. That's what we need to focus. I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that. I'm with you. Find some cheap labor, like what the Heat does. Find us some cheap labor to complement what we already got. That's my stance. Now, and I'll admit, y'all don't want to have me with the wallet. You know what I'm saying? I'll admit this. I'm being honest with you. I'm being forthright with you. So when it happens, don't come at me like I didn't tell you. Right? I'm with what Paris Duggar said. I was saying the other night, find some guys, some cheap guys, maybe in a second round that you can sign to like $1 million, $1.5 million for like 2 years or whatever. Get me them guys. But again, don't wave Brandon Ingram in my face. Don't wave guys like Brandon Ingram in my face, because I'm gonna be all over it. I'm gonna be all over it. I can't help it. I'm with him on that. Like I'm legit. I've been saying it for about 3 weeks that I would like to get cheap labor to backfill the roster. Right? Cheap labor to backfill the roster, right? I'm with him. That's what I'm thinking. Not just because he said it. Not just because he said it. We just agree on this certain point, right? But at the same time, I'm telling y'all up front, don't wave a Brandon Ingram in my face. Don't wave a Zach Levine in my face, right? Sherwin says Trace Jackson Davis at 6'9". Yeah. I thought he was 6'9", but okay. And Amani Bates, who I also thought was 6'9", but 6'8" and a quarter, whatever, same thing. Right? Omari Moore, that's somebody that I'm researching, bro. Hey, Sherwin, I'm researching Amari Moore since you mentioned it the other day. I'm still looking at it, right? And my man Paris Douglas says, I saw Willis Reed play Walt Frazier against Earl Monroe in the best of battles against the Baltimore Bullets. Bim. All right, so I was a little bit too young for that, right? I don't remember Clyde playing against Earl the Pearl. I was a shorty. I was little, but I remember my uncles and them talking about that. BT is in the building. Yeah, that was right there is a little bit before my time right there, and just like right outside of my range, man. I was like 3 years old, 4 years old when that was happening. So that's outside of blase blah, whatever. Townsend in the building. Knicks are nice, says Nuggets in 5. I'm saying Heat in 5. Adam is in the chat dapping up everybody. Good job, Adam. Sherwin is talking about Kalkbrenner. But hey, Sherwin, my only thing though is I understand the shot blocking part, but is he a rim protector? That's my issue with him. I don't know if he's a rim protector, and being a shot blocker and being a rim protector is not the same thing. You can block shots at the rim, but you can also block shots all over the floor. Angry Knicks fan is in the building. Is he a rim protector? Can he intimidate shots, force teams to kick the ball out? Right? Paris Douglas says, and we didn't get to see it. We had to listen to it on transistor radios. Anybody remember transistor radios? You like get the radio for Christmas. It run on 2 AA batteries with the long antenna on it. It had the little rope handle on it so you can carry it in your hand. Anybody remember that? I'm with Paris Duggan on this one too. Had to listen to it. Knicks home games wasn't televised back then. Bim, I'm with him. I remember part of that. But as I got a little bit older, as I got about 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, the Knicks games, a lot of the Knicks games started coming on WWOR Channel 9 in New York City, broadcast through the tri-state area. Jay Boogie is in the building. Jay Boogie says Denver in 5, and don't put Jaylen Brown on this team. In fact, tell him to mask back on. Jay Boogie in the building. And Virtuoso says Joker is going to stretch Bam out. Yeah, man. So you talking about DSJ? Did DSJ say something? What did DSJ say? Salute. We can't agree on something. Yeah, okay. All right. All right. Yeah. What I'm gonna say, the reason why I put this up here on the thing is because I think the Knicks are gonna be very, and this is just me having a sense of where we want to be versus where we are. Right? Right? This is just me having a sense of where we are versus where we want to be. My fear is that long-term relationships are going to be broken this offseason like we did last year with Taj Gibson. And I'm not going to lie to you, I kind of wish in a way we still had Taj, but not playing like Tibbs was trying to play him. Like Tibbs was trying to play Taj like Taj was 28, right? So if you look at the teams that are behind the Knicks, look at the teams that are behind the Knicks, and these are the teams that I think you might see. The teams right in front of the Knicks and the teams right behind the Knicks, like all the teams in the same neighborhood. I think you're going to see a lot of these teams making moves, and the Knicks are not. Right? Minnesota has the second highest salary cap going into 2024. And remember, this is with the cap holes now. This is with the cap holes, right? This is with the cap holes. This is not just such and such salary exploded. This is with cap holes and everything, right? Give you an example. Derrick Rose has a $23.5 million cap hole. Let me, I'm going to show it to you. I don't want to just talk about it. I want to show you. I want to show you this stuff, and then that way you'll know what I'm talking about. Man, they had the draft picks up here too. Okay. I didn't scroll down this far because I was looking for the main stuff. But let me show you what I'm talking about. Just give me a second. All right. All right, I got you. So bear with me for a split second, okay? I'm gonna put this up now. Mind you, this is 2024, right? This is 2024. So the reason why that salary cap looks bloated is because of this. This is 2024 now. This is not 2023. This is 2024. And the reason why I'm showing this is because you want to make the changes in 2023 so that they won't be impactful like this in 2024. right? Y'all saw that bloated salary, right? But look, this is the reason why. Look at Derrick Rose's cap hole. 23.3 in 2024. Obi is 20 million, 20.4 million. Josh Hart is 19.4 million. Quickly is 12.5 million. Hartenstein is 10.6 million. Deuce is 2.2 million. So I want to show you these things because in my belief, and I may be wrong, and if I am, I will change accordingly, because for this, it's not about me being right, it's about the facts. This is not about me being right. This is about the facts. It's the reason why I wanted to do this show. It's the reason why I wanted to put the stuff on the screen so you'll see what it is that I'm talking about. So it won't sound like I'm off the reservation, right? This is the 24-25 salary cap based on certain numbers, right? You see our highest paid player in that season is Julius Randle at 30.3 million. Barrett at 25.8 million, basically. Brunson in his third season would be 24.9 million. So he's about 25 million. Evan Fournier has a team option, a club same thing, club, team, whatever, for 19 million. Mitchell Robinson is on the books for 14.3. Grimes is on the books for 4.2. And Sims is on the books for about 2.1. But this is what I want to show y'all. Right? This is what I want to show y'all, right? So in order for us not to be in that salary cap place, then we'll definitely have to do with something with the aforementioned $19 million from Evan Fournier, right? The 23.4 million basically for Derrick Rose. So we got to do something with Rose this summer in order for us not to see that number, right? Josh Hart's 19.4 million. We got to do something with Josh Hart this summer, right? Emmanuel Quickly, that 12.5, more than likely he'll get a number somewhere over that, right? He'll get a number somewhere over that. That's just something. That's just a world that we have to live in, right? Yeah. And plus, and Nick's nice says, don't have to pay IQ until next year. Yeah, he and Obi are in the same boat. They're in the same draft class. They're both first round picks. BT says, what happened to Trevor Keels? Trevor Keels is on a 2-way deal on about 1.2. Angry Knicks fan says, you add, not subtract from this team. Yeah. No, that's the point that we getting at. I'm not saying subtract. I'm not saying subtract talent and not replace talent. That's not what I said. What I'm saying right now, just hear me carefully. What I'm saying is the front office this summer is going to be forced to make smart and calculated moves so that when they do add to this team, that they add good basketball players on very reasonable and team-friendly contracts. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Angry Knicks fan. I'm not saying get rid of everybody. That's not what I said. I never even implied that. What I'm saying is what I'm saying is you have to understand the job that's out in front of this front office this summer, right? And Nixon Knight says, "Hey, name them." Not quite sure yet, right? Because for right now, you okay. Ultimately, you can name all the players that you want, but if a team retains them, you just wasted time. I can name draft picks, right, all day. Sherwin has been doing it, and nobody's listening to Sherwin in the chat, right? I think Sherwin was doing a good job with some of the cheap labor in the chat, right? And Angry Knicks fan says, "Are we in cap hell? If so, what might be the plan with a new CBA looming?" I'm not gonna say that we're in cap hell. I don't think we're there. I think the okay. So Angry Knicks fan, right? It's kind of like if you just conduct business and take the emotions and stuff out. Cats like Derrick Rose, that Derrick Rose has to go, right? Josh Hart doesn't have to go, right? But cats like Derrick Rose, Evan Fournier, they'll have to, you know what I'm saying? Not that I don't like them or whatever, but we're at a point now with this new CBA. Every dollar on your roster has to mean something. You can't let dead money sit on your roster anymore. Basically, that's what I'm getting at. Like with Derrick Rose's 15 and Evan Fournier's 18 and a half, 19, you basically had about $34 million sitting on the bench not playing. Right? Right? And so in theory, I'm gonna say this, but don't look at it as me equating the players to each other. Think of it as me equating the contracts to each other. Derrick Rose's money, Evan Fournier's money was more than the Cleveland Cavaliers paid Donovan Mitchell. Right? So don't think about the player now. Don't think about Donovan Mitchell because he's a great player. And don't think about Derrick Rose because Derrick Rose is probably past his prime. Right? Evan Fournier is just not a good fit for this team. He's an NBA player. He's just not a good fit for this team. Right? But Derrick Rose and Evan Fournier's salary was more than Cleveland paid Donovan Mitchell. Right? With the new CBA looming, every dollar that you have, basically, it has to be into a productive NBA player. Right? It's not going to be any more of like those sweetheart deals where you pay a guy certain money just to keep the locker room happy. I think you're going to see less and less of that. Yeah. All right, so I'm going to I want to show you the 2023 version of this so we can get a feel for what it's going to be like this season. If Spot Track would stop with these things. Okay. All right. All right. So this season coming up, including cap holes, everybody. And this season coming up, this is where we are. And this is also including cap holes. Right? This is with 15 people on the roster. 15 people rostered. We're probably about 41, just almost $42 million over because of cap holes and things of that sort. Right? I'm going to find the other one too, so that I'm going to revise the other one too, so that you'll see that number also. If I can get these commercials to stop playing over us. All right. Adam says, nah, he's got to go. Who's got to go, Adam? Oh, okay. Shotgunner is in the building. So I want to show that to y'all briefly, right? And I also want to make sure that I remind you guys that the Lawrence Tears newsletter, we released a Lawrence Tears newsletter earlier today, and we actually had 2 newsletters, right? So we had 2 newsletters. I'm going to put the link for the first show this morning. I did the game for the first one, I did the Obi-Wan Kenobi by Nev. And so for this show, I'm going to put this one up. This is Game of Thrones. Right? This is the Game of Thrones one. So I'm going to I'm going to add that one to. All right. Bim. Okay, so I added that one. I pinned it up here for everybody to check out and everything. Right? So I put that one up there, and I'm going to find Nev's, and then I'm going to add the one that Nev did. It's called Obi-Wan Kenobi, written by Nev the Disruptor. All right, where's Nev the Disruptor? There he is. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to add Nev's to the chat also. It's a great read by Nev. All right. Sherwin, this is the article Nev wanted you to read, by the way. Sherwin says, you have to give to get. Try Obi, IQ, iHeart, and 2 first for Ingram or Trey Murphy. Man, Sherwin, you bugging. All of that for Trey Murphy. Now, I know what you're saying. You probably saying go get Trey Murphy, but we not giving up all. No, not for Trey Murphy. Trey Murphy ain't did nothing. He's good. He's got the potential to be good. He's my heartstring. I'd love to have him. But no, we're not giving up a Brandon Ingram package for Trey Murphy. It's too early. It's too early for that. Maybe next year or the year after we'll be able to offer something like that for him, but not right now. And Almighty Finesse says Ingram is better than Obi, IQ, and iHeart combined. Okay. Yeah, I'm not disputing that. I'm with you. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. And Almighty Finesse says Trey Murphy is going to be something in the league. Telling you, not, bro. Sherwin, would you tell everybody how I pounded the table 2 years in a row? How last year I pounded the table for Ben Mathurin, and Katz was like Johnny Davis, Uncle Freezy, Johnny Davis ass trash. And then the year before that, The year before that, I was like, yo, we got to get Trey Murphy. And Cass is like, you got to get Chris Duarte. Chris Duarte, the man. I'm telling y'all, man. Eddie C is in the building. I'm telling y'all, man. I do too much looking at stuff. I'm not saying that I'm never wrong, because there's nobody here walking that's ever not wrong, right? But Trey Murphy, Ben Mathurin are names that I mentioned early on in the process. And those guys look like they're going to be monsters in the league. D'Angelo is in the building. D'Angelo says, I just realized we won't win with Tibbs, Quickly, Obi, Randall, Robinson. They don't have the dog or talent in them. BT, what's good, man?
Hey, everything's all right as long as we talking about the Knicks. How your day?
Hey, man, we all right. Everything all right.
All right, man. Like I
Yeah.
said, I still think we got a lot to do, but keep on. I'm here to listen.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. What I'm gonna say is I understand what the Knicks are, bro. These cap holes, they're gonna eliminate. They're gonna be in the way of us spending spending money, right?
Facts.
Because as long as you're holding on to some, as long as the cap holes are in the way, then you're not really gonna be able to, spend like you want.
Facts. Like you even brought it up with Hart. He's getting what 13 million this year. He's gonna be expecting anywhere from 15 to 20. You could get 2, 3 players in place of Hart. Like
Yeah,
I put in the chat, Terrence Ross, Jalen Daniels. You can get all of them for under 5 mil a year.
yeah.
So what are we really doing? We can get 3 players to build up our small forward position, or 2 players, and keep it moving, removing Hart. And I
Um,
like Hart.
yeah. The more, man, the further I get away from the playoffs, the more I'm opening up to Josh Hart coming back, bro. Like during the
Oh,
playoff, I was like, man, he got to go. But the further away I get from that moment, the more what I'm saying, coming back to my senses, like maybe we can
yeah.
keep him.
Well,
You know
if
what I'm
that's the
saying?
case, then Toppin, you got room to make. You got Toppin, you could get off the books. I mean, a lot of people may not agree with IQ, but there's a lot of people you can move.
Right.
Mitchell Robinson.
Right. Right. No doubt. Mitch, you want to move Mitch?
Yeah, I mean, anything we can do to move up cap space, because to be honest with you, if we move Mitch, I still like Hartenstein, but like I said, due to coaching with Tibbs, I highly doubt we get the proper Hartenstein we need. But if we could move Mitch and get us somebody that could cover, yeah, we're good, because a lot of teams now are using fours as fives. So we could save off of that too.
Right. Right. Okay. Okay. Hey, you getting the newsletter?
Yeah, I read it. I
Okay.
read your OB. That was nice.
Somebody.
On the plane and stuff, talk about you need a pen.
Yeah, that was Nev. Nev wrote that.
Okay. Because
Yeah, Nev
like I
wrote that.
said,
I wrote the second one. I wrote the Game of Thrones one, the one after that.
all right, cool. I'm gonna finish reading that one up.
Yeah. So we trying to do the newsletter and the audio podcast and so we're doing a lot of stuff.
That's good. That's what we need for our next, man. Because like I'm out here in Colombia right now, and this is one of the channels that I listen to solely for Knicks content. Because you guys cover all the bases.
Yeah, man, we trying, bro. We trying. Almighty Finesse says Nuggets in 6. I'm listening to Almighty Finesse. I don't know, man. I'm nervous about the Nuggets and the Heat, bro. I'm worried about how Miami is just dismantling everybody with smoke and mirrors, bro.
They just beat
I
us to
don't.
the punch, honestly.
Yeah.
Because everybody, when we were playing Miami, said that the Knicks were the better team, even though that Miami came in hot. But to be honest with you, we lost that series, and we should be where they were at tonight. But like I said, work in progress.
It's a work in progress, boss. Yeah, it's a work in progress for sure. What would you like to see the Knicks do this summer based on the salary cap stuff that you saw?
Honestly, we need a shooting guard threat. Because to be honest with you, if we pull on Hart, we could keep Hart or trade him, whatever. We're still going to need that position. But since a lot of people like Hart, I really think we need to work on a shooting guard position and a backup, small
Right,
forward.
right.
Because what that would do is it would help us with the offense with Brunson. Because Brunson, trust me, we need Brunson and Randall to just do what they do and not have to worry about anything. So once they get off, we can have a shooting guard or small forward that comes off the bench, can help with the offense. Hart can do it with passing and the defense, but we need him more offensively.
Would you be open to Buddy Hield?
Ooh, I don't know,
Chat,
but
would y'all be open to Buddy Hield?
what's the contract looking like?
It's just a question. I'm not trying to force no thing one way or the other. I'm asking y'all about Buddy Hield.
What's the money looking like? Is it like he's 5 mil, 7 mil a year? What's it like?
Let me see. Let me find New Orleans. Let me find Indiana. Oh, Indiana. Oh, Indiana. They are in good shape with the salary
What
cap.
about Turner? Since we're looking at Indiana.
What about him? What you gonna do with him?
I don't know, because I was thinking about doing like a 3-way trade or something like that with Turner, but I don't know yet, because I got to see who we would be giving up and who can we get. I'm just trying to see how much he would be and what we can trade for him. Because I honestly think we could dump off like a Obi to Indiana, get a draft pick, and then get Turner, and then move Turner to get something better.
Yeah. Yeah. So, okay, let me first answer the first thing. Buddy Hield makes about $19 million a year, so he makes 48 money, just about.
That's more than
Chat,
Hart.
48 makes about, Buddy Hield makes about 48 money.
We already I hate to say it, but they're not the same player, but we already got the same cost. You know what I'm saying? So for me, it's you're gonna subtract the ad and might have the same problems, or you're just gonna deal with it.
Yeah. Yeah. Y'all listen. Yeah, listen. Hey. The funny thing is this: like, cats will be in the chat all night, like, "Yo, we need to go get such and such and such," and then I make a suggestion. They like, "Man, he trying to be a GM." Man, shut your ass up.
You're like, look,
Walk around in a circle and sit down. I'll be watching the chat. I see y'all making suggestions, and then as soon as I say, "Hey, what about such and such?" Cats is like, lips start trembling like Trey from Boys in the Hood. They out here. Hey, you ever seen the Boondocks? They out
yeah,
here.
that's my show. Pimp named Flipback.
They out here crying like Riley.
Oh, Uncle Ruffus talk about my Knicks ain't the right color.
Yo, yeah, and RG the OG says something that makes sense. He says, "Take the shackles off Grimes." I'm with you. I'm with you. My only thing is though, do you think? And this is for me, just to RG, right? Do you think Tom Thibodeau is going to do that?
Mm-mm. That's the thing. Like, he's stuck in his ways. Tom Thibodeau is. I like him. He's our coach because he's our coach, but he's stuck in his ways, man. We got to get somebody to change his mentality. Like, yo, be more current in basketball.
Yeah. And my thing is I think the team is really talented right now, right? I think the team is really talented. My thing is I think we have to consider. I think you have to consider adding pieces. And so with say a Buddy Hield, Because the thing listen, everybody that talked to me hit me with the same thing. They like, yo, we need shooting. So if we need shooting, why not add one of the best shooters and have him be in a complementary role to Jalen Brunson, RJ Barrett, and Julius Randle, and Grimes and everybody?
Yeah.
Right? Why not add that type of shooter to go with what we already have? You don't want to bring somebody in that's going to disrupt the apple cart. Kind of just want to bring in a guy that can shoot.
But it's not that person might disrupt the apple cart. It's actually the coaching because, like I said, if Thibodeau don't use them right, then we got him for nothing.
Right. Yeah. 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 I feel you.
I honestly, I like the idea that you came up with trading OB for one of the draft picks. I think it was
Yeah.
San Antonio. You said I
Yeah.
like that because that could get us into the draft. We can get a
Charlotte. It was
yep.
Charlotte.
I'm Charlotte, my fault. And then we could get a guy who I don't know. I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but he's like a 6'4", 5 Kentucky defender, and he also plays offense as well. We could use a guy like that because that fits Thibodeau's style. You know, the 6'4" combo guard style. We could use a rookie like that. That's what I mean by also trading for a pick because we could use a rookie, which would be better for us because it won't hurt our cap
Right. Right.
and lose money and getting rid of Obi.
Let me before I put out the answers stuff, like before I get too deep into all of it, just want to look at like what moves, how many. Okay, so based on where we are, how many? I want to ask and Sherwin. Now, I'm not asking Charlotte to give up a first for Obi, right? Because I think their first round pick is one pick is too high. I think that the first pick is like 2 or something. But yeah, they have a pick at 2, and then they have a pick at that 27 pick though.
That's the one I was talking about.
Hey, Sherman, that 27 pick, I think it could be had. I don't know what it would take to get it, but I think it could be had. I think it could be had. Right. So I'm looking at the cap tracker for 2023, and it has us listed at where were we? The Knicks are at 175 right now. Right. I guess that was with bonuses and all that stuff that kick in and all that stuff that put us over. Because at one point I thought we were just at 5 million over. And then I look again. And you know what? And this is my apologies to y'all. I heard somebody say that we were 5 over, and I went with what they said. And then when I researched it, I see a different number. So from now on, man, I'm gonna try to just do the source, man. Just not go by what people say. Right.
The guy that I was talking about that we could get at 28, most likely is Jalen Wilson from Kansas.
And so Craig says trading a top 10 pick for the 27th pick. No, I feel you on that. No, and I don't. Hey, Craig, but elaborate on that. Elaborate on this, like what you're talking about. Like what? Like why wouldn't you trade Obi for the number 27 pick? Why would this? No. You calling me Leon Rose? Craig, I know Craig ain't trying to call me out my name, right? Hey, Craig, put LOL after that so it won't be awkward. But what are you talking about? Like, you won't trade Obi for the number 27 pick? this is interesting right here. Like you wouldn't trade Obi right now for the number 27 pick. And the reason why I say that though, the reason why I say that is not because I don't think Obi is not going to be a good player. Like legit, hit me out on it. Like I'm not hating on Obi, and I'm not disparaging your point, right? What I'm saying is you have to we all have to consider not what Obi is, right? But we also have to look at Obi contract, right? So if you're like you won't trade Obi for the 27 pick, I understand if you're saying I won't trade the 8 pick a few years ago for the 27th pick today. I understand that logic, right? But what I'm saying is you're gonna have to give Obi a contract extension, right? Now, are you gonna give Obi 4 years, 72 million to be Julius Randle's backup? Are you gonna give Obi 18 mil a year to be Julius Randle's backup for the next 4 years?
And also
Yeah,
with
you
that,
see that. Oh, I'm sorry. Just let me read this real quick. Yeah,
right.
so he says no. Obi is starting quality. Obi is good for about. I'm gonna say about 18. You said 14 to 18 points. I'm gonna say 18, right? 18, 7 rebounds, maybe get 60 million over 4 years. What I'm gonna say to that is I agree with you some. I said Obi 18 and 8 before, so I'm with you. I'm in that range. But I don't think Obi is gonna take $15 million to be a starter in the NBA. Once Obi's a starter in the NBA, he's gonna want real starter money, right? Right, like real starter money. Like, bro, John Collins doesn't even get 18 and 8 right now. He make 25 mil. And I know he overpaid. Right? But just around that, he about $5 million overpaid. And I think a starting power forward in this league that's looking to prove themselves is going to be some. Yeah, hey BT, you remember the money that Randall got, right?
Yeah, I do.
Randall came here to prove that he's a starting power forward. He got
Mm-hmm.
about 18 mil a year,
Mm-hmm.
and that was what 5 years ago, 4 years ago.
Yeah, 4 years ago, I think.
Yeah, like 4 years ago. So I would say, you know, definitely be like, yeah, Obi. If Obi's a starter somewhere, say in Charlotte,
Yeah.
if we trade him to Charlotte and he's the starter, say they have some type of front court of him, Mark Williams, and Miles Bridges, I think Obi is gonna want somewhere at least 18 mil. And then when you think about that, will the Knicks pay Obi 18 mil to be Randall's backup? Nah,
No, because you paying
nah.
Randall how much now?
Uh,
18.
yeah, we paid Randall 18 mil when he first got here to be a starting power forward.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So we're gonna pay our starting power forward the same as his backup. That's why I was saying Obi. For me, the only reason why I say Obi is because his value and his potential that he has is at high right now. I don't want to trade Obi, but due to coaching and how he played last year, how he's been playing, he has a lot of holes in his game. And to be honest, I don't think Tibbs is going to get that explosiveness that we see that he's going to get out of him. That's why I'm willing to trade him now because of the value will help our team and it'll help him later. No, I'm saying 18 mil. We're
No,
paying
I'm
18 mil.
not laughing at you. I think what you said was making sense. I'm laughing at the chat. The chat is saying Obi is great for kid Knicks fans.
Wow.
That's all. No, I'm listening to what you say. I just read the chat. The chat is going off on Obi, bro.
Nah, it's like I said, look, I like Obi. I want him here. His high flying potential, he does all of that. But again, when I see him come in the game, sometimes he's like confused. Like, what's going on? If he would have just balled, I wouldn't even be talking about that because I like Obi more or as much as Hart. But for me, the way Thibodeau uses him, the way how Julius Randle is our Iron Man and is on the court 24/7, it's like, why would I pay two players to do the same thing that one player is doing majority of the work?
Okay. Okay. All right. I'm with you. I'm with you. Right. My thing is now that I see the numbers, BT, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm kind of embarrassed almost that when you know how you go, you know how you when you go by what people say and they seem reliable, you go
Mm-hmm.
by what they say and then you realize they was wrong.
Yeah,
That's where I'm at right now, man. I'm gonna do better with that.
it's
I
okay.
had a yeah, I had a reliable source like the Knicks are only 5 million over the cap,
Nah, I
and
think
then
we were like 20. I think last time I
yeah,
checked.
and yeah,
But that's
and
why.
oh, go ahead, bro.
No, I was just gonna say that's why I said we got to get some of this money off the books. Like, I don't even want to move IQ, but if it's a possibility to get moved to remove money off the books to get younger players to where not that they can develop, but they can work now, like young players that we can use now, and we're
Right.
good.
Okay. Okay.
Nah, cause like let's be real, like we traded a lot of people before in the past that were first round picks, second round picks, whatever, and we didn't get any production for what we gave them. But what I'm saying now, because of Toppin, how good he is and his potential, it's like having to me. I'm not saying the same potential, but it's like having Zeke without the injuries. You're like, oh snap, yeah, he has a little bit of basketball flaws, but he has a high potential, high drive. Use that, sell that on the market, get some better players, and we can win a championship. Would you rather have Obi not win a championship or trade Obi, get to the championship and win, or at least have the opportunity to win?
Um, let me ask you a different question so I can come back to what you just said. I want to ask you a different question. In chat, I
Okay.
want to ask y'all a different I want to ask y'all a separate question so that we can get back to like where we are right now. How much money would you spend in your starting unit?
What's the cap with the new agreement? I'm not sure. I don't know at the top of my head. Because what I'm thinking is, mm,
So
Shice. I was gonna say like two players at 20, have one player at 15, and then have two players at like 12 or 13 mil. Like how
so
we have Randall, how we have Brunson already. You
all
know.
right, say that one more time.
Nah, what I was saying was like if we have like two key players, two stars like Brunson and Randall, I think we should pay them like 2 million. I mean 20 million. And then also have one key star that we could pay 15. And then have two key players that we could pay anywhere from 12 to 13. And then have a bench of role players that come in and just help out at like 5 or 6 mil.
So how much money you talking about spending?
All right, if the cap's like let's say if the cap is hold on, 20,
Say the cap is 134.
okay. 134. At best,
Yeah.
I would be spending 100. Because of 34 mil, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use that later on down the road in the in the halfway season to see what I can make moves and get more people. Because if I could get a Giannis and I got 30 mil on the books, I'm gonna do it.
Nah, I'm talking about starting five, not total team salary. I'm talking about the
Oh,
starting
okay.
five. Yeah.
Just to start five, then out of
Yeah.
134, yeah, I'll use like 80 mil. 80 mil, yeah, because then you can get, like I said, you get three guys at 20 mil, which are elite all stars. That's 60. And then you can spend the next 20 mil on 20 to 30 mil on three players. Yeah, that's about right. I waste about 90 mil out of
Okay.
137. I mean 34.
All right. So
Because
I'm adding I'm adding up the salaries right now just to see what the Knicks are paying. Man.
because like I said, if we could get a Jalen Daniels at like 3 million, come on. You see what I'm saying? We could get some good role
Right,
players cheap.
right, right. All right. So the Knicks are paying their starters about $98 million, $97 million. They're starting five.
So 7 mil less. That's not bad.
So chat, the Knicks are paying their starters about 97 million for the starting five. So on average, the starting five is making less than 20 million apiece. What do y'all think about that? And Sherwood put a link in the thing. Sherwin, give me a second, man. I'm gonna check out your link. Just I'm going back and forth through multiple tabs. So Sherwin put a link to who is Paul Kasabian? Is he reputable?
I don't know who
You
he
ever
is.
heard of him before?
Nah, sorry.
Okay. Okay. So I breezed through it just quickly. No pun intended. But they're talking about quickly as a starter and what he might make. And they're saying that the Knicks can use the $12 million non-taxpayer exception and the $4.5 million biannual exception. And they're also saying the Knicks currently have $139 million committed towards the roster. I'm gonna verify that versus. See, this is another BT. You remember how I said
Yeah.
sites are saying that the Knicks are $5 million over?
Yeah.
Bleacher Report just said the same thing at 139, and the cap is 134, right? But when I'm looking at Spot Track,
Yeah, that's what I go off of. I thought it said 20 mil.
yeah, Spot Track has the Knicks right now at. Let me see here.
Like I could have sworn it said like 2022 or something like that. Because we still got the Jalen Rose contract. We still got a lot of contracts that are on the books. Maybe they're not counting that for next year.
Okay, so Spot Track also says that in practical cap space they have about $5.1 million, right? So
So
these
I was
articles,
wrong.
from what I gather from all the articles, everybody's all over the place, right? Because Spot Track also says the Knicks have are about $5 million, about $5.1 million over the cap, but they include cap holes and all of that stuff. And Nixon Knight says that IQ is not starting. Yeah, I know. I know he not starting over Grimes.
But
Right?
that's
He
just
ain't starting over Grimes. Yeah, man.
I just want to ask, why do people feel that we should get a Caleb Martin?
You're not gonna be able to get Caleb Martin with $5.1 million in practical cap space.
Yeah, but I thought he was like at 2.3 mil as a free agent. But
Yeah.
because of how he's playing in the playoffs, everybody wants him. But that's the thing. It's like, I hate to say it, people look at people and say, "Oh, they're good now." Like Jimmy Butler, oh, he played great the whole series. Nah, I don't think he did. But then they'll give him all the credit, and then you look at it and you're like, "What's going on?" It's not Jimmy who did all the work. It was actually Caleb Martin and other guys. But then now Caleb Martin is going to get paid because of his playoff
Yeah.
series way too much. Like he's at $3 million now. He's going to get paid probably more than Hart next year.
And you know what? And you know what? This is one of the things that I kind of fault Knicks fans for a little bit. And listen, I'm not throwing my people under the bus. At the end of the day, if we all disagree, we all disagree. If we all agree, we all agree. But at the end of the day, we still all Knicks fans, right? My thing is this. At some point, we got to be patient with these kids and let them develop, right? Charlotte had both of the Martin brothers, right, at the same time. They had both of the Martin brothers at the same time, right? They kept one and let the other walk, right? The one that walked, he's in the NBA Finals.
But what I was trying to say about Caleb Martin was, I understand that he's not a free agent. Strauss is, but what I'm saying is that's the type of player we want, and Hart can be that player if he just develops correctly.
Right. Yeah, that's my point. The point that I'm getting at is um I feel as if let me address Craig first. So Craig says Rose 15 million gone. Fournier might be going with a first round pick. I'm inclined to agree. I'm inclined to agree. That's one of the reasons why when I was saying I'm not big on Josh Hart re-signing, it's because of this right here that we're talking about. Like if we had the room, I'd been more amenable to keeping Josh Hart, but if you're talking about we're gonna be in a place where we're gonna be bumped up against the salary cap. Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be tough, man.
And
It's
then
gonna be
no, what I was gonna say was I just read the chat and somebody said Austin Rivers from the Lakers, and I'm like, he's gonna get way more than we can afford to pay him
Austin
because he's on
Reeves.
the Lake. Austin Reeves, yes, he's gonna
Yeah,
be
yeah, yeah.
doing really well. He's gonna be like 15 mil because he showed out all year long.
Right. Right. And he was undrafted, bro. He an undrafted second year player.
Exactly. Come on, anybody would want that money after the way they performed. If I play like
Right.
Rivers, I'm gonna be asking for max money, 18 mil, 15 mil.
Right. Right. And C Max says that's the New York mentality. That's got to change. Always want the finished product. I agree with you, man. I think we do have to be patient. But we're on that razor's edge where it's like, how do you balance being patient with being aggressive and taking the next steps at the same time? Because if you and I are talking this summer, I'm sure we will. But if you and I will be in a conversation next summer this time, if the Knicks had went the patient route and lost in the first round of the playoffs because of a different matchup,
Yeah, they want to trade everybody.
yeah, man,
I know it's one thing or the
yeah,
other. It's like Hoodie Kev with the whole, hey, let's trade everybody now for Cat and let it work. Wait, but
yeah,
Cat, you see what I'm saying? Like, it's not fair. Like, even
yeah,
Kayla, like this guy right here, Kaiser Sosa,
right,
like his whole thing, he says, who Josh Hart, like a 10-year veteran, he ain't
yeah, he
developed
ain't
yet.
been, yeah,
Some players don't develop like that. Jordan, I'm not even going to lie, Jordan was great, but it took him 7 years to get out of the East to finally start showing what he really was about. So it took him
yeah,
time.
yeah. And I'm sorry, and Knicks are nice says Knicks were finals ready. Yeah, man.
Look, if we were finals ready, we would be there. That's how I look at it. We were finals
Okay.
contenders. Because what were we missing? We were missing the opportunity to score. We were missing the opportunities on defensive and rebounding. So our little misses is why we're not there, and that's all we're trying to fix.
Yeah. 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 I just think, man, we got a lot of stuff to address. Right. We have a lot of stuff to address. And chat, hear me out when I say this because I'm not bashing our guys, right? I know we have a lot of stuff to address, but some of that stuff I think we can address it internally. Right. I think we can address some of it internally. Right. Like some of it is, we were young and first time being there, bad matchups, a bunch of different things. I honestly believe that the Knicks are a second round team going forward.
I agree.
Yeah, I think going forward we're a second round team. Now, here's the thing. How long do you stay a second round team before you lose patience? So, chat, I'm asking y'all based on the numbers that you saw that I put up on the screen, showed you all these. It's the reason why the Knicks have a capologist. Like I just showed you all these sources and resources about the cap number and cap holes and practical cap space and biannual exceptions and all of that stuff. Based on that, how confident are you in the front office that this front office will make those positive steps towards continuing to make this team a contender. And Pudge says, "Yeah, I know Brock Aller. I know, I know, but Brock Aller has been known to be a penny pincher at the expense of adding talent. Like, no, we'll pass on Giannis because his contract is too much." And you're like, "What? You'll pass on Giannis?" And I know that's an extreme example, but that's the type of example that I want that I want to give.
I was going to push one further and say it's funny how everyone's talking about how Brown is worthy of a $300 million contract, but he can't go left. Gives up 8 turnovers. But if that was Julius Randle, we would kill him. But yet still we got a guy who is, I think, I'm not saying is better than Brown, but has a left and can play and is willing to play for us at 18 as opposed to probably 22 to 25. So
Yeah,
I don't understand why people are so mad about Randall saying he's garbage, he's this, he needs to go. No, we got a guy that's putting in work. We need to build around that. That's the part that I don't understand with the fans, without fandom. They want to replace everything immediately and then start from there. Now we're supposed to be ready to sit in and wait for the process to grow. No, the
right.
process is here now. Let's try to keep it going. Because honestly, if we make no changes and get to the second round again, we'll be here again
Okay.
and everybody be saying the same thing. But if we made changes, we're good. It's up to the front office. I believe in them because honestly, they might pull something off that we never expected.
Right. Yeah, that's a possibility, right? That is a strong possibility. Um,
Now, who are we replacing them with? Is the question.
that is a very good question.
Because if you get rid of 2 to get 1, who's the one we're getting? And if we're getting 2 for 2, that will really help us.
Right. Right.
Now, I just want to know like what Cox thinks because if Fourier and Obi ain't gonna be there, I want to see who we getting back.
I'm sure what they'll do is add low end talent, right? Cheap low end talent. I think they already started by adding Dwayne Washington, Isaiah Roby, and Daquan Jeffries.
Yeah.
Those are players. Those are Daquan Jeffries is on a 2-way, I think. So the 2-ways I think right now are Jeffries and Keels. The 14th and 15th man are Roby and Washington. The 12th and 13th man are Rose and Fournier. The 11th man is, I think it's Deuce McBride.
Mm-hmm.
And then the bench is Quickly, Hart, Obi, Hartenstein. There's one player missing. I can't remember who the one player is. But I can look up here and see. Sims. That's what Sims is the 11th man. Deuce is the 10th man. Obi is the 9th man. Hart is the 8th man. Hartenstein is the 7th man. And Quickly is the 6th man.
Okay. To be honest with you, I'm gonna go out and get a productive small forward. Why? To compete with Hart. Let them two battle it out and let them two try to be the best. But if I'm gonna get rid of 40 and Obi, that's what I would do.
Right. So chat, do y'all agree with what BT said? Based on what BT said, just hear me out on this. Like listen to the roster, how I'm breaking down the depth. And it's just because I'm thinking about how Tibbs played them during the year. Keels and Jeffries are the 2-ways. They are 16 and 17. Right? 15 and 14 are Washington, Dwayne Washington, and Roby. Right? 13 and 12 is Rose and Fournier. Right? The 11th player is Jericho Sims. The 10th player is Deuce McBride, right? The 9th player is Obi. The 8th player is Josh Hart. The 7th player is Isaiah Hartenstein. The 6th man off the bench is Quickly, and the starting 5. And based off that, where would you like to see the Knicks fix stuff? Is there an immediate fix, or would you like for the Knicks to grow internally? Would you like to see Grimes grow and take on a bigger role? Would you like to see Quickly grow and take on a bigger role, or are you nervous that the second round thing is tenuous and that we may need to make an upgrade in order for us to keep this second round status?
I think we need to do an upgrade, just like 1 or 2, because at the end of the day, people can say, "Oh, we were up, we had the series, we lost game 1 because of this and that." We're not in it. All we had to do was just finish the job. We didn't. Whatever our excuses may be, put them aside and actually sit down and say, "Is this roster good enough to get past the second round?" Right now, no.
Okay. Okay. But how you do that with the cap space being the way it is, though?
Hey, we got $5 million. We could get, like I said, we could get one good player off a free agent, but it depends on how we use them in our system. That's why I keep saying a small forward, because we use that person for multiple options. We can run a small system. We can run a big system. We can switch it up. But to be honest, with $5 million, I really don't think we can get a lot of guys out there unless they're a role player or a rotation player.
Okay.
We're gonna need like 12 to 15 mil to really be comfortable to where we can get a guy that we can be like, all right, we can plug him in and it'll work. That's just my thing. 12 to 15 mil. So, and it's not just gonna go to one player. My object is to also have extra money off the books. So when we do make trades at the trade deadline, we have extra cap room to keep it moving. Because like I said, we don't know what's gonna happen at the end of in the middle of next year.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to try to put a sheet together so that we'll have a visual to look at. I'm going to try to put a sheet together so we'll have a visual to look at. For some reason, this thing is moving. For some reason, this thing is moving slow for me. For some reason, I don't know. Yeah, for some reason it's not. Okay.
Like right
All right.
now, Terrence Davis is a rotation player at $4 million. We got $5 million on the cap.
Who is? Say that one more time.
Terrence Davis, he's a
Aaron
rotation player.
Davis.
He's
Yeah.
a rotation player for $4 million. We got 5 point whatever. I think it's like 5.1. You see what I'm saying? We could get that and create more money off the books to get a couple of more players. Like we could even go out and get what I say. Austin Reeves is at $3 million now. He's gonna ask for 15. You could even get it. Yeah. You get a Jalen Noel for $2 million. Still be under there. Strauss, like I said, he's at 1.7, but I highly doubt that he's gonna sign with us because of Miami. Karis LeVert is at 17 million. So it's like, yeah, Karis LeVert is great offensively, but defensively, we need that side of the ball too. So are we gonna pay him more than Hart? No. Hart's
Right.
already at 13. So like even Jordan Clarkson's asking for 13 mil.
All right. Let me see. I'm just gonna try to put this together for. All right. Eddie C, what's good, boss?
Salute.
How you
Good
doing?
evening.
Good, man.
I'm all right,
Good.
man. Just let me think. Let me hear what you got to say. What you think, gentlemen?
I just came in here to chop it up for a second, but Are we talking about trades, or are
Yeah,
we
hey
talking
man,
about?
let me first say, I think you were onto something with the Vucevic thing. You remember the Vucevic conversation we had one time?
Hmm.
Yeah,
I think you're onto something with the Vucevic thing.
but
There was a point in the conversation that on the stream where for some reason I was getting talked to the idea of probably trading Mitch. When you guys are talking about trading, or I think if you asked the gentleman over here if he wanted to trade Mitch, I was like, I mean, Isaiah Hartenstein obviously will open up the offense first, and we see it all over the place in the playoffs. Like, it basically comes down to people that could do both. Like, you can't have somebody that's a great defensive player and not able to give you any offense. At least Hartenstein can give you some passing ability. He can give you some floaters in the paint, and he'll be able to defend the rim somewhat. So, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to look for players more of that ilk because, as we see in the playoffs, man, they're playing guys 6'7" out there, bro.
Yeah,
They're not caring about defensive rebounding. They're not caring about, they're just caring about spacing the floor, quickness, and being able to put the ball in the hole. So,
right.
you know, we have to think the same, and if we're not thinking the same, we're doing a disservice.
what I agree. Well, what I was just gonna input was like, look at the Lakers. Isn't Rui like a nasty defender but has no offense? And that's one of the biggest problems. You can't play like that in today's game.
Well, you said Rui Hachimura?
No, not Rui. I said I got the Lakers name wrong. I said it's not Rui. I can't remember his name. I can't remember his name. He's like one of the best defensive players they have. Rui is good, my
Vanderbilt?
fault. Yeah, it's Vanderbilt. That's what it is.
Vanderbilt,
Thank you,
yeah.
Vanderbilt. Like how great he is on defense. I only said
Hmm.
Rui because I thought of the mellow training and all of that. Sorry,
Yeah,
but
Right.
because I was like,
yeah,
Rui could score.
no,
He
Rudy could
was
score because he was
Roy's
doing it.
got a
He was
jumper,
doing it,
little J, yeah.
but like how I said, Vanderbilt's defense is key to the Lakers, but then offensively, he's like it's 4 and 5. You see what I'm saying? I don't want that, but you were right with Hartenstein with the passing and everything. That's what I'm saying. Opening up the court, allowing new players to develop.
right, and he's great. With heart, players that roam to the basket. You can tell that he has chemistry with McBride. Players that have that type of cut into the basket type plays. They're going to get easy buckets every single time. Quentin Grimes could do that also. So, he's 24 years old. I think he's like probably like 9 months older than Mitch. So, I think it's something that I like Mitch a lot. I know what he brings to the table, but you're gonna pay some guy, and if we do get to the second round next year and we're getting down to the nitty gritty and he's not playing, then why are we paying somebody that?
Okay. Okay. I understand what you're saying.
You know what
I
I'm saying?
understand
We
what
got
you're
to
saying.
have people out there that we can that can play in the crunch time, and those are the players that should be getting the majority of our cap.
Right. Right. No doubt. No doubt. I don't disagree with you. I'm on board for spending your cap dollars wisely. That's what I'm getting at ultimately. You know what I'm saying? And I hate to sound like a broken record talking about Rose and Fournier and others that get paid, but bro, when you add up guys' salary for role players, when you're talking about Obi's 9 million or whatever he's making, and you're talking about Rose's 15 million, Fournier's 19 million, now you're talking about Anthony Davis type salary
Right.
for dudes that don't even play.
That are not even playing.
They're all
Right,
coming off the bench and not even playing the best of their ability.
right, right. So yeah, yeah, man. So it's yeah,
And it's coming to the point where we got to pay some of the players that are playing better for us,
yeah.
the IQs. You know what I'm saying? Like,
You talk
you know,
about IQ.
I,
You know
I,
who else? You know who else you gonna have to pay?
Grimes.
You
Josh
gonna
Hart.
no. You gonna have to pay Hartenstein. He is entering the last year of his deal.
Yes, and I think that he's gonna get extended. I think, and he's like type of guy that middle of the year you'll see like he signed like another 3 year, $30 million deal, something like that, $35 million deal.
Yeah, but my point is though, is we talking about giving the bag to all these big names. You got to think about the entire team, bro.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. We're gonna have to pay Hartenstein. We're gonna have to extend Hartenstein. You're gonna have to give him a cost of living raise. He's not gonna take what man is gonna take a pay cut at work knowing he can go play for somebody else and make more money? You know what I'm saying?
I mean that's always been a thorn in our side, like the Miamis of the world always taking, Dallases of the world always taking, players because they got no tax. But I think we have to look past that scenario and looking at people that want to be here, because he was playing with the LA Clippers, so it's not like he was getting any tax cuts there. And the cost of living in LA is expensive as hell too.
Crazy. Yeah.
So,
crazy.
But yeah, man, Isaiah Hartenstein is somebody that I'm looking to keep here for the long haul, man. And I think with all that's been said about cap, how much we can have players under the cap, all these rule changes, the CBA agreements. This is the type of year where you get off on some of these Mitchell Robinsons and IQs, people that have, raised their value and try. But, another thing is that the other GMs in the league are not stupid either.
No. For one, let me make this abundantly clear. All front offices are loaded with intelligent individuals. Mm-hmm. Now, the final decision maker may not always make the best long-term decisions based on what we see from the outside looking in. A lot of times the final decision maker is getting marching orders from the owner.
No, it's kind of like what the Phoenix Suns did.
Yeah. So regardless of what like when Donnie Walsh was here, remember Donnie Walsh was like, no, let's just get Melo in free agency. Yes. Remember that?
Yes.
And the owner stepped in, was like, no, make the trade. And if you don't make the trade, I'm going to fire you. And you know what happened?
He left.
He wound up moving the dude out of there and making the trade anyway.
And that was one of the best, to me, that was one of the smartest front offices that we had in a long time, because we were in the dumps for many, many years. And this guy, he got Gallo. Wilson Chandler was playing well for us. Nate Robinson, I think, was on our team. There was a whole bunch of guys that were playing well for us, and we didn't let it develop. I know the owner was scared that Melo was going to go to Brooklyn, and there's a lot of backstory things that sometimes people don't realize. But when we come down to it, those things are important too. But in the basketball sense of things, like, yeah, man, that reminds me of this type of regime, that Donnie Walsh regime.
Right. I'm just gonna say this briefly, man. If we're patient and continue to go about building step by step, I think I'm saying this team can probably get close to winning a championship. But I do believe they'll have to bring in an X factor in order for us to get over the hump. Mm-hmm. Every great team has like that X factor. For the Denver Nuggets, people think the X factor is Jokic, right? It's not Jokic. Jokic is always good. He's always good, bro. He's a league MVP. He's always good. The X factor for them is Jamal Murray. Murray.
I put him in the same tier though. Like I know that Jamal Murray and Jokic are good. Yeah. Like to me, the X factors on that team is Michael Porter. The other kid, the power forward, those are like real X factors.
Aaron Gordon.
Aaron Gordon played phenomenal defense on KD in Phoenix.
Bruce Brown. Yeah,
and they draft always well. Yeah. So yeah, that's KCP. A team that's been together for a minute, which is why I'm not so down on the Knicks, because we haven't been together for a minute.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Right. Our leader, our best player, just got here.
Right.
Hart played how many games did Hart play for us this year?
Ooh, you can say like 22, something like that.
So like then 25? Like how many games are in a season? So like, it's gonna get better.
Yeah. The thing with Josh Hart is I want to clarify this, man. Josh Hart is not the reason why we made the playoffs, right? I know it seems like it's a coincidence, right? But if you look back at the 2 prior seasons under Tom Thibodeau, Thibodeau always starts the season in a mishmash and then gets hot at the end of the season. His first season, we finished the season 16-4. His second season, we finished the season 12-8. This season, with Josh Hart, we finished the season 12-8. So it looks like a coincidence that Josh Hart gets here and the team finished strong. But the 3 years under Tibbs, we finished strong anyway. And you can point to the way we finished this season and say we left a lot of games out there on the floor we should have won, like the Charlotte game.
Yeah,
Like how do you lose to the Pacers, bro?
Yep.
How do you lose to how do you lose to a tanking team at the end of the season, man? I mean, that's crazy. The Pelicans game,
We lost
that Friday night, the Pelicans game, you're like, how we out here losing to the Pelicans, bro? They can't even shoot, right? But I get
Things
Josh
like
Hart
that
was
go hand in
important.
hand too, because like we won, like remember when we won the Boston games?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Remember when we won Chicago back to back? You know what I'm saying? So things like that offset throughout the whole season. But I get what you're saying. At the end of the year, it's
That's
losing
when
those games.
that's what we kicking in. The Knicks
Yeah.
kicking into gear at the end of the season, and Josh Hart helped us kick it into gear at the end of the season. Hoodie Cav, what's good, man?
Like, Kev,
I'm sorry about I'm trying to get my lighting right, and it's just not. I'm in this hotel room, and my lighting just.
yo, you sounded like a
Candyman.
yo, you sounded like Tom Cruise or something back there. I'm trying to get my lighting right.
Yeah.
Like my suit, my makeup isn't done right. Like my makeup artist, my choreographer, the one who does my clothes ain't here yet. Like,
Yeah.
I've been listening, and I said something the other night about us Knicks fans, some of us, about being so afraid to lose that you don't want to change anything, right? It's like when you get like a boat, right? Not like a big boat or a sailboat, right? You spend so much time working on a boat,
Yacht.
and then you get it
4
sailing,
stories.
and then it's like, okay, I have the money to get a speedboat, but this raft has gotten me through, right? And I don't want to do anything to rock the boat. But you have to be able. Do you know the teams that have the highest salaries are usually the teams in the hunt to win? Right. Those are usually like the Golden State Warriors. You think the Warriors they sit here with the highest payroll in the league, but yet they win in championships. The Bucks are got one of the highest paid teams, but they're true contenders. They have the number 1 or 2 seed every year. You got the Suns up there, and they went to the finals a couple years ago. The Clippers the only thing that's hurting the Clippers is the fact that they paid 2 off-injured superstars. But everyone always says the potential of the Clippers is just astronomical. If they could ever just get together at the same time, healthy. But I don't even know that's ever going to happen. But the thing about, you see, all the stress and misery of life comes from fear of loss. But remember that you can never lose anything without gaining something. But to avoid misery, concentrate on what you will gain. And I say that because you talk about the cap, like, oh, we can't spend this money, and we can't. If you want a Mercedes, go and get a Mercedes. Why have Mercedes money and go out and get a Mazda?
well, we don't have that money this year.
Yeah, yeah.
No, what I'm saying is there's always moves to be made, right? There's always moves to be that anyone can make. And this offseason, This is the offseason to do that because I think more teams will be able to do more maneuvering this offseason before the salary cap comes in next season. So this is the offseason. If you're going to make a
So
splash,
what are you basing that on though? If you don't mind me asking.
just logic. I think most teams are going to do what they can to make the moves they need to make now before they're more restricted when the salary cap comes in. I mean, that's just I would think more logical to do.
Right. I understand your logic point. I don't know though. I'm questioned by it because I really would like a mansion.
Do you have the money to get a mansion?
I just can't afford it.
But if you can afford a mansion, why are you living in a 2-bedroom?
Right. Yeah.
Like if you have
Right.
like, you know what, I have it.
Because all the one bedrooms were gone.
It's like you have a realtor, right? And they're like, Uncle Freezy, this mansion just came out in the market. It's right for you. It's in your price range. I think, I got the buyer on, willing to make a deal with you, who even come in under asking price. And you're like, you know what? I really like this 2-bedroom condo living under these people with 4 kids that get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, stumping and running over me. I like that. But you can have a mansion. That your realtor just said you can have a mansion. It's in your price range to get. It's on the market
So
for you.
who is out there that's attainable for the Knicks to get without us going like bananas with money?
I don't like that
Because
side. I
because
don't like how you tilt your head to the side, Kevin.
because right now the Knicks have negative $5 million in practical cap space.
The cap, listen, and I said this, it may not be like football, but anything can be maneuvered under the cap, right? Any and everything. You could, even when the Knicks were just strapped with in salary cap hell, they still made moves, right? Like any team that has salary cap, just horrible salary cap numbers, you can still make moves because all you have to do is just fit things under the cap, right? So if you say
Okay.
you have bad salary cap, right?
So
But yet you
right.
trade a player that has the exact same contract as another player, then it fits. You're not doing anything to jeopardize it. You're fitting it under the cap that you already have existed.
So okay. So are you alluding to the Knicks chasing Vucevic?
No.
Eddie C, do you like Vucevic? Like how on a scale of 1 to 100, how do you feel about Vucevic?
I like Vucevic to a certain extent
So
because
like
when I
40.
when I named Vucevic, it was because I wanted to make a playoff run, and I thought that he can help us make a deep playoff run, and then we can get the money off the books at the end of the year because I wasn't sure if they were going to re-sign that type of player for the amount of money that he wanted. You know what I'm saying? But I wanted that extra punch, that extra offensive punch from the 5 position because I knew we were going to need it.
Right.
But signing Vucevic, that's a whole different ball game for me. Like straight up signing him, it's a
Yeah.
different ball game for me. Now, if he wants to come in and do a cheap deal because the market out there for him isn't as what he would thought he wanted, then I can think about something. But I have an Isaiah Hartenstein who's not as good as Vucevic, but he's going to get way less. I know who he is, and I'm comfortable with that player. So,
Okay.
but it's a difficult question for me.
Okay.
I believe if you're going to swing for the fences. That's what I believe. Go big or go home, right?
But who said we were swinging for the fences?
You have to swing for the fences because the fences is the NBA championship.
Right. Why can't you just walk to the fences?
I I got a question. You say
Who
swing for
says
the
we're gonna make it?
nah, but you say swinging for the fences. You ever heard of the in the park home run? I'm just curious.
You never heard about the mighty Casey?
I know
Mm.
this. The I know the saying: "Chicks dig the long ball."
Right. And the mighty Casey had one swing to win the championship for his team, and he was the best home run hitter the world had ever seen. And the pitch came along, and he liked it, and he put his best swing ever on it, and he missed. The mighty Casey struck out.
And I just want to say this, like, you also have to look at things that have just happened right in front of you, and things, especially for your team. Like, when we signed Jalen Brunson, I don't think there was a lot of people saying that that was a home run,
Right.
right? But
Right.
at the end of the day, it's kind of like what the gentleman up here. What's your name up there? I can't see your name,
That's
but
BT,
Oh, Brian.
Brian.
Yeah.
But signing Jalen Brunson was basically an inside the park home run.
basically. Yeah. Inside the
Facts.
So
park
there's
grand slam.
so there are ways to go about it. It's just the way this organization moves. They move in the shadows. You know what I'm saying? And us, we want people to tell us what's going on. We don't want just to all of a sudden. Nobody knew that we were gonna get Josh Hart.
Right.
Yep.
They were thinking about so many other players out there. OG Anunoby was on the table. This guy, that guy. Josh Hart didn't come up until the very, very end.
Right.
And I think it was another great deal by the Knicks.
Yeah.
So there might be a player out there that we're not even mentioning, that we're not even talking about, that might be that inside the park home run again. It's not going to be the Cats. It's not going to be the Joel Embiids. It's not going to be the Giannis's. But it's going to be a player that might help us get to the Eastern Conference Finals next year.
Right.
Is the goal getting to the Eastern Conference Championship?
No,
an
it's
improvement.
obviously, listen, obviously is not. You know what I'm
Yes, it
saying?
is. Yes, it is. Because you can't win a championship unless you get
Unless you
there.
get there.
Okay,
Exactly.
but
That's
but
why.
but the way
Is
he's
that
the way
the
he's
final
the way
option?
the way that
Is
you're saying it, Kev, you know what I'm saying? I'm kind of like feeling like you're trying to insult my intelligence a little bit there.
no.
But
What I'm saying
but but
is the
obviously
goal.
obviously the goal is to win a championship.
The goal
But how
is
many
to win
teams
a
fall short of winning a
championship.
championship, having superstar players on their team, doing all they can to get to the championship and fall short? So it's not a given that if you go and
15.
swing for the fences and you get the home run that you want, that you're going to win the chip.
Do teams do things?
Because the Miami Heat, because the Miami Heat for the last, I think, 4 or 5 years have been to the Eastern Conference Finals, have been to the finals twice, I believe. They're not a team that's way above the salary cap. They just do it the right way. So, that's something to put in your bag for you saying that the teams that win the chip is the ones that have the most money on their cap. That's not necessarily true, because the last 5 years, the Miami Heat has been one of the most productive teams in the playoffs, and they're not like that.
No, they are actually. You see, the
They
Miami
are.
Heat went out
Mhm.
last year and they signed Kyle Lowry because they said, "Hey, Kyle Lowry will give us what we need to put us over the top." Right?
Mhm.
Every team that has championship aspirations makes the move that they feel is going to put them over the top. Right now, it may not happen right then and there. Like when they signed Kyle Lowry last year,
Mhm.
they didn't make it, but they said, "Hey, if we get Kyle Lowry, he will give us what we need because we just went to the finals. We lost in I think, where did they lose in the Eastern Conference Finals or the final? I don't remember where they lost to the year before.
They lost in the bubble in the finals.
No, last
Oh, they
year.
went to the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah,
But
so
that goes to the point again of what I'm saying. Kyle Lowry is not the swing for the fences type guy.
Kyle Lowry is a swing for the fences guy for the Heat.
No, he's not.
He's
Oh.
what
No,
the
he's not.
Heat needed.
Oh, so now it's for each player would have swing for the fences type. Okay.
No. It's not each player. It's what each team needs that they consider what is swinging for the fences.
So
The
swinging
Heat
for the
felt
fences would us be getting Anthony Davis?
Anthony
Damn.
Davis.
That would be nice. I'll
I
take
mean,
that.
that's a swing for the fence for any franchise because Anthony Davis is a legit player that moves the needle, right?
Okay.
Anthony Davis is one of the few elite players that if you put him on your team, then you're saying, hey, we are trying to go for it all. But I have two moves, one, two, that I think will put the Knicks into that category of we're trying to win a championship.
Oh, what category?
We're trying to win a championship.
So we're
Okay,
not
I'm
trying to win a
interested.
championship. We're not trying to win a championship right now.
Not being patient
He don't
and
think so.
whenever you say be patient, no.
He's saying that.
And let me just ask you this, just real quick, before I move out of the way and you get in your bag, because I feel like you're trying to get into a bag. The two moves that you mentioned, does it require us trimming the fat off of our roster, and B, does it if it's two players you're talking about bringing in, did they have championship success on their team?
One of them.
Okay.
One of them.
What about part A? I asked you a two-part question.
I'm sorry, what was part A is trimming fat. You're going to have to, yes, there will be, one of them is a major move. The other one is a sneaky good move that you think is major because if you think of the people involved, you think it's major, but that's more cleaning up excess fat.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Eddie C, you want to hear it or no?
I'm interested.
Okay. Eddie C says he's interested. Okay.
One, and I'll just tell you the names.
Wait a minute.
Before I tell
Eddie C
you.
is just from eating cookies in the middle of the night.
They're chocolate donuts.
He stayed doing that, bro. Drinking Coca-Cola.
Like, yo.
He stayed doing that, kid. Like, yo, like I'm over here drinking water and I'm a fat pig.
Yeah, I'm
actually slimmed down a little bit, but
what is this?
I can't do that.
You eating gas station donuts in the middle of the night? You ain't even got real donuts, bro. You ain't even got real donuts. You eat gas station donuts?
No, nothing.
Yeah.
Yo, he gonna be farting on. He gonna be pepper spraying people all night.
And with an orange Fanta.
Yeah.
What
I
at least
think
it's
that's
orange.
What's making you think differently is the food you've been eating, man. Orange Fanta and them damn donuts. That's not gonna help, bro. You need to change your diet.
Yeah, man. But anyway, Hoodie Cat, we ready?
I found out today, when I went to the gas station, and I already drank it. But Mountain Dew has an orange flavored drink. Oh, I mean, I'm telling you, man. When I say I gulp this down, woo. Oh, why you do this to me,
You're
Mountain
gonna
Dew?
have high blood pressure and freaking heart attacks because of you, Hoodie Kev.
I just went to the doctor last week, and I am in perfect condition.
God bless.
Thank you. No, not
for you, man.
So I'm going to tell you the names first, and then I want you to think about how.
No, I'm not doing homework. Go ahead and do your thing. Go ahead. I ain't gonna do no homework, though.
Yeah, spit it out. Come on.
Yeah.
Karl Anthony Towns and OG Anunoby.
Really? Karl Anthony Towns?
And OG Anunoby.
I thought I was gonna be shocked. Like, oh,
and you won't have to give up. You won't have to give up RJ Barrett either.
But we would have to give up Randall, and we probably got to give up Mitchell, and probably got to give up Toppin as well as Grimes.
No, you don't have to give up Obi. Nope.
Yeah, I like the OG. I like the OG. I think OG is a good look for this team. I'm not down with,
and I'll tell you why.
Prima donna. I'm not down for prima donna. players who,
Don't you
offensive
already
minded.
have a prima donna offensive minded player on your
You
team?
think Julius Randle's a prima donna?
He is definitely a prima donna.
Nah, I don't think that's not depicting him correctly. Like
Yeah, that's
he
not.
has flaws,
Okay, so let me ask you a question, Eddie.
but he's not a prima donna.
What makes Karl Anthony Towns a prima donna?
Though, I don't
What
want to
has
get
he done?
no, because this, you know what? I don't
What
want to
has
really
he
answer
done
that
to make
question
him a
because
prima donna?
the question is not a basketball question.
Well, you say you don't want a prima donna, and I'm saying, what about him? Because I think
Because
people have
is
this notion.
his personal life, the way he is personally, is what I don't like about him. There's
So it's
things.
nothing basketball related. It's
It's
what he
no,
does
it's
with
also
free
basketball
time.
related because I don't want. I did say in my retort that I don't just want an offensive minded player. Obviously Thibodeau likes defense. They had problems before because Towns didn't want to play defense.
And what if I
Jimmy
told you
Butler, who
that
holds
Tom
people to
Thibodeau
high.
has?
Jimmy
What if,
Butler had problems with him because he didn't want to play defense. So there's a lot of things out there that just give me pause on why not wanting him on the team right now.
okay, so what if I told you that recently Tom Thibodeau has said that he would encourage and would like to coach Karl Anthony Towns again? And what if I also told you that Jimmy Butler has a problem with everybody?
What if I told
it's
you?
not. It's not
What if,
just
what,
Karl
but
Towns.
what if, but what if
Jimmy
I
Butler has a
told
problem
you
with a lot
that
of people.
Tom Thibodeau absolutely can't say that because organization can't mention other teams' players?
This is true. This is true.
Jimmy Butler does though have a problem with everybody.
Yeah, Jimmy Butler has a problem with everybody.
Yeah.
So that I think is taken out of context because Karl Anthony Towns just spoke the other day about how him and Jimmy Butler have relationship is fine. But Jimmy Butler is a different kind of cat. Like he's just a different. He's different. So you got to be like.
I think we missing the intended target though. The intended target was Karl Anthony Towns makes the Knicks a guaranteed championship winner.
And OG Anunoby is a
And OG Anunoby, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The intended landing spot for that narrative was Karl Anthony Towns and OG Anunoby make the Knicks a championship winner.
Yeah.
Because we use the word swinging for the fences.
Yes. You see, because of OG, you can. How's the saying go? Now I'm going to mess it up. Is it sell low and buy low and sell high?
All right.
Is that how it is? I buy low and
I
sell high.
I also have a saying for you though. I'm smart enough to know that I know nothing at all.
Right. Yeah. Me too.
And what if I told you that the Knicks are strongly linked to both of those players? And what if I told you that both of those teams?
The Knicks are always strong. No, Kev, the Knicks are always strongly linked to every single player in the NBA. They're the Knicks.
That's what agents do. Agents send stuff. They leak stuff to the press all the time. That's what they do to keep their player profile up, especially players in small markets.
I just told you that we were linked to everybody during the trade deadline. Zach LaVine, this and that, blah, blah, blah. And the player that nobody mentioned was the player that we actually got.
Yeah. You know what I would be open to though? I would be open to a Kevin Knox return. That's what I would be open to. Right. The OG Anunoby thing, you giving up 2 young players and 3 first-round picks for a dude that's probably going to average 15 and play good defense in Tom Thibodeau's system. But Tom Thibodeau's system is already a good defensive system. Right. So what we would need from OG is offense. And OG Anunoby is not just an offensive weapon. I like OG Anunoby, by the way. I just don't want Knicks fans thinking Anunoby's going to come here and beat.
He's going to take us to the top. Yeah.
Yeah. Nah, he ain't that. He's basically Trevor Ariza.
But in my plan, OG Anunoby is actually like the 4th option because he's not 1, 2, or 3. If you still have Brunson, RJ, and you bring in Cat. and then you slide. You can still slide Obi into the starting four. Yeah, I said start Obi at the starting four.
Okay, so how
Yeah,
much are
that
we
don't
paying
sound like
Obi?
championship team to me. To
I just
be
want to know
honest,
how
bro.
much are we paying Obi. I just want to know how much we're paying Obi.
Well, Obi's on his rookie contract, so it's not like you have to do anything next year with Obi
So we're looking at what, like 6 mil for Obi, 7 mil?
for next year.
I'm asking. I don't know his contract. That's why I'm asking.
Well, next year he'll be paid 6.8 million. Then he has a qualifying offer for 9 million.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not. Neither team, neither
Nah.
is gonna agree to that 9 million. What they'll
Yeah,
do
no.
is get an extension done before Obi has to play on that 9 million and then become an unrestricted free agent.
But next year he's only on the books for 6.8 million.
Right. Right. No, I'm not. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just pointing out the $9 million
Oh yeah,
part.
no. I was just saying that that's what his contract is technically, officially, right now.
Right. Right.
So like he has an option, and they can negotiate something, which is why next year would be really big for Obi to come in and ball out, so he can make more money in the extension. Like next year
Right.
is the key. Like with any player who's up for a contract extension, right?
You
You
got
want to have your
Toppin.
best season then. And if you move Julius away and you say, okay, I'm giving you Obi Toppin the keys to the starting power forward position, go out there and run with it, literally and figuratively. Um, and see how he plays next to Carl Anthony Towns. You say, oh, no one's going to be playing defense. You know what? I'm not saying there's going to be the greatest defensive team since the 1988 Detroit Pistons, but defense defense in the NBA today isn't about shutting out your opponent. It's about getting stops when you need it, right? It's about doing things to force the other team to do what you want them to do. And that's basically what defense in the NBA has become to today. It's not about we're going to stop you and hold you down. No, it's about we need to get a stop here and we need to get a stop here. You want to close out strong quarters and halves, and you want to be able to dictate on the offensive, because the better your offense is, the better your defense is. You're not missing long rebounds, getting teams out. You're not turning the ball over, giving other teams easy transition points. Does all contribute to defense also. So if you play smart on offense, you are a better defensive team that way. So it's not like people think this the old school, you gotta, put a hand in somebody's face, and that's what defense is. Defense is part of offense too in today's NBA. The better your
Uh,
offense, the better your defense.
I'm sorry, the gentleman below me. I forgot your name. What's your name?
Eddie.
All right, Eddie. I agree with you because what you said earlier was actually a point, and I just thought about it again. The whole point with us getting Brunson this year helps us because look at our options would have been at the end of this year. Fred Van Vliet, Harden, all these other guys that we would have been paying more for less. So now, like you said, I agree with you. We could get one more player that's solely offensive based off of what we got, and we can make it work because that could be the final key to the home run that we need.
Yeah, man, definitely. Brunson. Nobody saw, like, I really liked him from the beginning. Like, I was one of the Knicks fans that said we were going to win 50 games. I thought
Me
Brunson was
too.
going to be an all-star. I think he played one enough to be an all-star, and they say that his salary is declining next year, but I think he can make that money up by getting into the all-star game, by winning, getting a NBA all-team. Um, he can
All
make
NBA, all NBA team for
an all
sure.
NBA team. I think he can make the money up doing those things, getting those accolades. So he's gonna get paid the money that he deserves at the end of the day. But I just go back to the front office does not have the same type of thinking that Kev and I actually don't want to just point you out, Kevin, but it's just because the points that you're doing right now, the way that a lot of Knicks fans think, I just don't think that they do it that way. And they've shown me enough to where my team just lost to the second round NBA Finals team, to where I have the trust in them that they're going to do the right thing. I don't think that they're going to do anything to mess it up. They already made their mistakes and learned from their mistakes 2 years ago. And they just getting better. Like this year, they got better. They did another trade mid-season that we haven't done in a long time, and they got better. Next year, if we stay with the same team, I'm not mad at it, because for some reason I feel like we're gonna be better. Like we have 22-year-old kids that are gonna get better. So even if the same team comes back per se, it doesn't mean that the same caliber of team is gonna be back. We might be a better caliber team. So I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt before going and spending this and that. Like you go back to, like, if you wanted a mansion, I'm not that type of person, Kev. Like I'm really frugal with my money. That's the way I think about. That's the way I live my life, right? Like people say they want a mansion. Okay, that's fine. Everybody would love to live in a mansion. The way I think about it is if I want a bigger house, I will build a second floor.
The pessimist complains about the wind. The optimist expects it to change. The realist adjusts the sails. And that is, in life, everything changes, right? No team ever comes back the same in any sport, right? You make subtle moves, you make major moves, but moves will be made. And I believe the Knicks are at a very precarious spot, right? Because this is the fourth. Is this Leon Rose's fourth season or third season?
I think he's going into the fourth.
Going into the fourth season.
Yep.
They made the playoffs twice.
Yep.
In between a disappointing season.
Yep.
And
injury season. Yep.
Yeah, and they made it to the second round after bringing in a player who is 26, 25. How was it? 25, 26?
It's 26. Yeah, I think he
26.
might be 27 soon, but he's 26 right now.
Who's going into the prime of his career. And if you believe, and if they believe that Jalen Brunson is the player we all want him to be, then you can't waste him like Damian Lillard, right? You don't want to dame him and say, here's a bunch of stuff. We're going to hope that it grows and grow around you, and that's enough. Because the gamble that you are willing to take is that isn't enough, right? That's the gamble that you take. That what you think is going to be enough isn't. And what you already had, because you've seen it. You've seen it play out. Like, this is it. Now, you can put a ceiling on it and be like, this might be the ceiling. What can we do to break through this ceiling? Can we make a bunch of minor moves, or do we swing for the fences? Because if we
you want to do that after 1 year.
No, this is year 4.
No, this is year 1 of the Knicks making the second round of the playoffs.
This is year 4 of Leon Rose's tenure.
Right.
So in Leon Rose's tenure, not the team aspect.
You can't say that it's a glass ceiling when you just got there.
And the thing about it is this, right? If you're Leon Rose and you know the clock is ticking, right? Because you can keep going to the second round and going to the second round and going to the second round, and then eventually be like, man, the Knicks are just They're a second round team. We might get lucky, go to a conference finals, and then the Knicks fans are happy. But ultimately, you have a window. Every team has a window of what they are operating with. And it depends on the greatness that you have to operate with, right? So the greater the players you have, the greater the window you have, right?
I just feel like I want to see, going back to what Freezy just said, like I want to see a 28-year-old Brunson. I want to see a 29-year-old Randall. I want to see a 25-year-old Barrett. I want to see a 25-year-old Grimes when they're men. And then,
I mean, hasn't Julius Randle? Is Julius Randle's game going to change anymore,
I
or
don't
is
know.
Julius Randle is who he is at this point in his career? Like,
I think he can
is who he is?
I think he can do some more things. Like he can learn to do better things. Like, he's 27 right now. You can be 28 and 29 still learning. So I think he can do some better things.
How many times has us Knicks fans said Julius Randle stop
Wait,
spinning
wait,
in the
wait, no,
double
Can
wait,
I
wait.
team?
say
Hold on,
something?
hold it. But the question is not what Randall can become, because Randall is ours, right? We don't have to pay nothing for Randall. What about the guys we're acquiring? Can they get better when they get here after we paid resources for them?
And I was gonna say about Randall is what most people don't realize, the potential he had before he got hurt in the playoffs with the Cavs series where he was passing, drawing fouls. If he does that consistently, that is a major improvement because now he's drawing fouls. He's doing more to help the team defensively as well as offensively. And he's drawing more attention to help Brunson out. So that right there is the little improvement that my boy might be talking about. But that's what I see as far as if he can be consistent with that. Because he was
Yeah, man.
passing, he had like 4 or 5 assists in the end of the first quarter. So if he get that type of Randall consistently, you can't say nothing.
Like he went to the second round this year. So when he gets into the playoffs next year, he should know a little bit more than what he did at the beginning of this year's playoffs. Like he's seen this already. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not down with just capping him and saying, "No, he's going to go down from here." You know what I'm saying? Like, people need to go through the struggles to get better. And he went through the playoffs, he played bad. He got a good season in him again. He went to the second round this year. Next year when he gets into the playoffs again, he should be a little calmer. He should know a little bit more about how playoffs are. I'm not saying he's a perfect player. I'm not, saying that he's, the best player in the NBA. But again, Freezy just said he's our player and he's 27, 28 years old.
That would sound better if this was his first playoff uh, appearance, and it's not.
This is his second.
It's his
Wait.
second, and
But make sure every time you make a thing about Randall, apply the same thing to the other people that you mentioned. In fairness to the conversation,
Right,
as in
because
who
yeah,
exactly?
like how does OG
Like how
Anunoby's playoff record look?
He
or
is the
Cat,
NBA
yeah.
champion.
Nah, he got a ring by default, but he didn't contribute. Remember, OG Anunoby was injured during that. He was on the roster. He was alive. He was a Raptor, but he contributed zero. So he got his ring. He was there. But, I was also at a Luther Vandross concert. That doesn't make me Luther.
Did he contribute along the way? Throughout the 82 game season, throughout the 16 playoff wins, I'm not counting losses. I don't know if he was hurt the whole playoffs. I can't remember.
Nah, man. You said,
But being there for the
but you
experience of it.
specifically separated season from postseason. You did that
Yes,
in the very
and I
beginning.
said that OG Anunoby is an NBA champion. He has been
and
there
now you're talking about what he
with a
did during the regular.
team.
So are we just so I can follow? Are we talking about what players contribute on a whole, or are we talking about a specific thing? Because if we're talking about what we contribute on a whole, Julius Randle is all NBA and an All Star. OG Anunoby is not.
He's an NBA champion.
But his
Right.
also add to that.
And he didn't contribute.
Do you remember the movie? Do you remember the movie? What's the movie with Will Ferrell? Tropic Thunder.
Yeah, Tropic Thunder with the basketball team. Yeah.
Okay.
Or are you talking about the one with Ben Stiller?
No, the Tropic Thunder with the basketball team.
Nah, Tropic Thunder is the one with Ben Stiller. I know what you're talking about.
What's the name of that movie?
Yeah, him and Andre 3000. Yes.
Okay, so Woody Harrelson's character in that movie said something because they boast about him having a championship ring with the Celtics, and then Andre 3000 says, "Well, you didn't do anything to get that ring," and he says, "No, I was around greatness and I saw how greatness operates."
Right.
But that's meant for coaching, and plus, you don't.
No, he wasn't a coach thing. He was a player. It's like once you are in that environment, and that environment, you soak it up. You whether you contribute 35 minutes on the court or whether you cheering on the sideline, you're a part of that environment, right? You know what to expect.
Like Jack Haley.
But you said that
like Brian Scalabrine. We should sign Brian Scalabrine right now.
I was just gonna say because you just basically said like how Randall's playoff production been in the playoffs twice and been in the semifinals, but yet still Cat can't seem to get out the first round.
Ooh, you're gonna have to Cat.
Neither can Donovan Mitchell.
Exactly.
Donovan Mitchell has been to the conference finals.
Nah, he just went to the second round.
I think he went to the conference finals.
Nah, he never went to the conference finals.
No, you trying?
He never did. That's the point. Why are we gonna replace these guys who were on part of a team that won a championship? That's like adding Kyle Lowry instead of having Brunson. We might as well have done that.
Well, that's not the same thing. Because Kyle Lowry holds his hell.
Off of what Kevin's saying with the productivity of a championship player, Kyle Lowry, or you could even say Fred VanVleet, were on a championship team as the Raptors. We could have easily got one of them, but we would have been paying them way more. But we got Brunson. That's why I agree with the dude what he said. I'm glad we got Brunson. He was a home run because the options we have now aren't even worth getting paid that much.
So this is a salary thing, not a on the court productivity thing.
No. It's both because, like I said, Brunson's productivity this year shows that we got him undervalued with the cap. But if we were to go out and get anybody else, we would be overpaying them.
And to be clear, to be clear, you do know that Jalen Brunson makes more than Fred VanVleet.
Yeah,
yeah, but he's a free agent this year. This is what I'm saying. He's asking.
No, he's not a free agent this year.
Asking for more money.
He's not a free agent this year. He's a free agent after next year.
Fred VanVleet?
Yes, he's not a free agent this year.
Okay.
He has an option where he can be.
Well, yeah, he has an option, but he's technically not a free agent.
Yeah, but he's probably going to opt out. He's going to opt out.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. He's going to opt out and ask for more money because
it's like Kyrie is technically not a free agent, but
or James Harden,
like Josh Hart. Yeah.
Oh, don't do that.
Josh Hart getting the bag, bro. 4 years, 115 mil.
Don't.
115.
Freezy's gonna make me break my laptop tonight, man.
Would anybody have wanted Kevin Garnett?
Yes.
Like the Minnesota Kevin Garnett, but even though Kevin Garnett had not made it out of the first round whatsoever.
But see,
he did though. He went to the Western Conference Finals.
What I'm saying, up until that point, right? Kevin Garnett had been in the league like 7-8 years. He did
make the Western Conference Finals before.
In his
no, it took him 8 years to get to out of the first round.
But are you comparing the two talents? Because KG was MVP type.
No. And Kevin Garnett's 8th season is when Minnesota went to the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah. Okay.
Season.
Okay. Do you predict Karl Anthony Towns being an MVP caliber player next year? If that's what you're going about.
MVP talent. Whether you put it now, hold on. I'm not saying he's an MVP. I'm saying he has MVP talent. Whether he puts it together or not is on him. I'm not that man's therapist. I'm not in his head. What I'm saying is he has the talent to do it. Yes.
I I'll
Now
say
again,
no. I'll
there's a
say
lot of
compared to the top 5 guys in the league,
no, but what I'm
like the
saying
upper
is
echelon, I don't believe he has that type of talent.
somebody
I'm
said
not gonna
no, he
lie.
has that kind of talent.
Nah.
Carl Anthony Towns has the type of talent that he can get you 30 and 15.
There's a lot of guys that can get you 30
No, I said 30 and
every other
15.
night in the league.
Average.
But do you know there's 6 guys that's averaging 30 or damn near 30 this year? Like near 5.
And 15 rebounds?
He's not getting come on. All right, come on, bro.
His career average is 11. His career high is
So
13.
you're expecting him to average 15 rebounds for 82 game season. Like that's Dennis Rodman numbers.
So he's done
Nobody
it.
even gets that in today's league.
And played 82 games and did it. So 2 more rebounds is a stretch?
Yes, it's a stretch.
Wow.
Yes, it's a stretch. Come on, man. What are we doing?
13,
Like
15.
that is rare air.
It's
That's rare. You're acting like 15 rebounds a game happens all the time. It legitimately has not happened in like 15 years.
Okay, so let me try. So he can give you 27 and 12 every night. Is that better? Does that sound better?
That sounds like Julius Randle to me.
I don't think that sounds like Julius Randle.
Yeah.
Julius had 20, near 26 and 10 this year?
Yeah. Because the thing is, Hoodie Kev, you said he could get you. You didn't say it was guaranteed.
He's done it in a season. So, yes.
Okay.
Are we omitting the other side of the court?
Carl Anthony Towns has averaged 26 and 13.
Are we omitting the other side of the court? Because when you're comparing him to MVP guys that you're the generationally.
Are you trying to say that Jokic is a dominant defensive player? Because if you
no. He is the entire offense for the number 1 offense in the NBA.
No, but you just said you can't ignore the other
Cat
side.
does not make his teammates better like Jokic does. So you have to be a generational force.
What do you mean that he doesn't make his teammates better?
Are you being serious or are you being facetious?
No, I'm being serious.
Does Jokic pass?
How many number 1 seeds or top 3 seeds? How many top 3 seeds has Cat led a team to?
Again, was Kevin Garnett a generational talent that made his teammates better?
Cat is not
Kevin Garnett. He did.
Wait. Cat is not Kevin Garnett. Can we move on?
Cat is in the same conversation and category as Kevin Garnett.
No.
And I'll say that, and I'll say this why. And this is why I said it. Because they're both in Minnesota. And Minnesota does not know how.
And so was Taj Gibson.
Kevin Garnett had better.
So Taj Gibson played power forward there too. Is Taj Gibson in that conversation?
So 11,
number 67 on his jersey, but number 1 in your heart. Taj Gibson was a power forward in Minnesota, so that makes him as good as Kevin Garnett.
11 out of 12 seasons. 11 out of 12 seasons, Kevin Garnett did not make out the first round. Think about that.
No, we don't want to. I don't want to think about that.
No, because I'm thinking about the organization when you have Kevin Garnett and you
Kaiser Sose says this is a dumb argument.
I'm gonna bounce, fellas. So take it easy. I'm gonna keep on listening.
Thank you, man, for
great conversation, guys.
Eddie C,
peace out, Freeze.
Yeah, man. Good to talk to you, boss. Yeah, man. Peace.
I can't do it, man.
I would rather.
And you know, it's
so
okay.
Dre, you know what? You know what I would do, man. I looked at numbers and such, bro. I really like that Kevin Knox and Matisse Thybulle combo, bro. Not as starters, not as starters. No.
Yeah.
Not as starters. But I think Tibbs would like Matisse Thybulle because Matisse Thybulle is
6'5".
Yes. and also I like Kevin Knox as the backup power forward 3-4. Because I don't know if NBA.com is lying to me. Right? I don't know if NBA is, but it's showing that Kevin Knox has gotten better defensively and drastically better. Not just like, certain systems, blah, blah, blah. Nah, he has gotten better on terrible defensive teams. And the thing that kind of boggled my mind is, why would Detroit trade Sadiq Bey to let Kevin Knox play? This actually happened, right? And then Kevin Knox goes to Portland, and in a very small sample size, I mean a thimble size sample, Kevin Knox has shown that he can defend and add versatility to your offense. Not featuring him, not starting. I'm not even giving him a real NBA number. I'm making Kevin Knox ass wear something like 37.
Here's where you got it a little bit screwed up. Sadiq Bey and Kevin Knox were traded in the same deal, so they didn't trade him to give Kevin Knox more minutes. They were in.
They got traded in the same deal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sadiq Bey and Kevin Knox were traded to the Warriors for Wiseman, and the Warriors waived Kevin Knox. Or they moved Kevin Knox to Portland for Gary Payton Jr.
Yeah, you're right. They are in the same trade. Yeah, and like Sadiq Bey went to Atlanta and Knox went to Portland. That's right. Yeah, you're right.
Knox went to the Warriors, and the Warriors did a flip trade after that to flip him.
No.
Was it a 3-team deal?
Kevin Knox.
No, it's a 4-team trade.
Kevin Knox.
Oh, it was a 4-team trade.
No.
Yeah.
Kevin Knox was in the New York
Gary
Knicks trade when we traded Cam Reddish. Cam Reddish and Kevin Knox both went to Portland at the same time.
No, they did
New
not.
York
No, not at the same time.
Yeah, New York.
In this trade, they did, Hoodie Cap. In this trade, they did. But what I'm saying is Kevin Knox didn't go to Golden State, right? Portland sent Gary Payton II to the Warriors as a part of the 4-team trade. Because remember, Gary Payton had the abdominal surgery, and it threatened to derail the whole trade. And the Warriors had 48 hours to accept Gary Payton II as a with the injury, or just deep six the whole trade with everybody.
Yeah. I'd say this. It was a 3-team deal, not a 4-team, but it was a 3-team deal. And they basically they redirected Kevin Knox all the way to Portland. It was a 3-team deal from the jump. And they got James Wiseman up out of there because they didn't want to screw around with their cap because James Wiseman makes top overall pick money.
It's 4 teams, bro. It's Atlanta and Detroit, Portland, and Golden State.
Yes. It says the Portland Trailblazers acquired Kevin Knox via the Detroit Pistons and 5 future second-round picks that sent Gary Payton to the Warriors.
Yeah.
The Detroit Pistons acquired James Wiseman, and then Detroit sent Sadiq Bey to Atlanta.
That's the 4th team. Yeah, that's the 4th team. I mean, when it comes down, I mean, ultimately, you know, the trade itself, you're like, you know what? It ain't really nothing major. But I do like the fact that Kevin Knox has seemed like he is coming on. Now, all that means is Kevin Knox is not a CBA player, but he's an NBA player. That's all I'm saying.
He back end rotation NBA player.
Very, very bad. I'm not even letting him get a Vogue number. No, you can't wear number 20. No, you have
Kevin
to wear
Knox is the guy that comes in the first half, and if he makes a couple threes, then he plays in the second half.
Right.
But if he doesn't, then you put him on the fine.
I have him in the same class as Isaiah Roby.
I had to go back and watch the game, which I just did yesterday. And I saw Kevin Knox outdo Kawhi Leonard. Now, y'all ain't going to tell me nothing after saying that. I
saw Emmanuel quickly drop 40 in one of the last games of the season. Like I'm not putting so much stock.
Was it on Kawhi Leonard?
You can say that, bro. But it was the end of the year, bro. Like no one was going full.
That's all I got to say.
It was the second to last game of the season.
It was the premier.
Obi Toppin dropped 40 multiple times.
Right. What
one of the premier players in the league was guarding him, and he said, "You can't stop me."
What are we talking about?
Okay, let me ask you something. If you're saying that Knox is like that, don't you think that Toppin has the potential to be a better Knox? I'm
I
asking
want
you.
Obi Toppin
No.
Okay.
in my trade scenario to be the starting power forward for the New York Knicks and be the best power forward the New York Knicks have ever had.
Ever?
Them.
That's a high. That's a high. You have to do a
You
lot
need
to
to get a
surpass Randall.
yeah, and you gotta read the two Lawrence Tears newsletters that came out today too.
I read them.
We just read, bro. The one that Nev wrote, Nev is going for throats, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Nev is going for throats about Obi.
When I pull it up, I'm gonna just read it in Nev's voice.
That way we can convince ourselves.
The problem is Tibbs.
It's Tibbs, man. Shout out to Nev, because Nev's somewhere listening. Shout out to Nev.
Shout out to Nev.
I just
Love Nev.
believe that, and again, this is my belief, and I can't.
What number did Kevin Knox wear with Portland?
Huh?
What number did Kevin Knox wear with Portland?
I don't even remember.
You didn't even watch it. He up here fabricating facts.
Wasn't it 20?
He was just mesmerized by the play.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
How much is Toppin's contract versus Knox's contract?
I think it's
Knox
20.
Knox is gonna make veteran minimum. He's not gonna make nothing.
Yeah.
He hasn't earned the right to make anything more. And Obi Toppin is on that same trajectory of making veterans minimum after next season. If he
Hoodie
doesn't
Kevin's up here trumping.
ship up. I believe he watched
And
it.
I watched the game and don't even remember
What
number he wore.
What number did he have on again?
I don't even remember what number he wore. I watched the game. That's the thing. I watched the game, but
Wait,
I paid
how
like
you not
no
remember the
attention to
number
what
if you
number he
watched
wore.
the game? Like that's the name on the back. You should at least see the number. The number's huge as hell.
But this is like
I
And
wasn't
it's on
paying
the front.
attention to it. It literally wasn't something like, oh, let me stop and pay attention to what number he's wearing.
The number, the only thing on the front and back.
Portland's jerseys are not that ugly where you can't. Where you just
I literally wasn't paying anything to remember what it was.
Are you up here like Rudy Giuliani? Are you just
is my makeup sweating on the side?
Hey, look, man, I saw Damian Dobson drop like 36 in an end game season scenario. Like I'm not that pressed about it. Because if other front offices that get paid they buy that as much as you think he is, he's making a lot more money than we'd be comfortable giving him.
You know, I think a lot of fans get caught up in money. And
No. I'm not talking about
me is you never count another man's money.
I'm not counting money in that regard. I'm talking about the fact that
everything we do is talking about, oh, this player makes too much money. How much money this player made? This player gonna get this much
It's not
money.
even about what we would give up for him. It's about his market. He would be a $10 million player if teams thought he was capable of dropping 30 on any given night as often as you might think he is if given an opportunity.
Right. But he's not that.
He's not that. If he
then,
was, teams would be sending teams. He would be on these lists of guys that, free agency watch. What do you think about Kevin Knox? Like, if you go listen to other teams' pods that's looking for a small forward, they're not thinking about Kevin Knox, bro.
No, they ain't thinking about no Kevin Knox.
We only think about him because he's on our team. Now, if you put if Kevin Knox was drafted number 8 or 7 for another team, you would not have that outlook or that view on him.
No.
Would you be thinking about Jason Tate like that?
No.
If you a question, I'm gonna give you a scenario. Who is?
Wait a minute. Let me finish my Kevin. Let me finish my Kevin Knox thing. You cut me off. I ain't even get to finish. My thing with Kevin Knox is I believe certain players, if you present them in the right situation, then you can see the skills that got them to the NBA blossom. Right. And I think Matisse Thybulle is one of those cats. Right. I think Matisse Thybulle is a defense first guy that does some of the same stuff that Josh Hart does. Right. He might not rebound at the same rate as Josh Hart. But I can tell you this. He is at least 5 times better defensively than Josh Hart. And that's no knock on Josh Hart because Matisse Thybulle might be 2 times better defender than Quentin Grimes. Right? And that's no knock on Grimes. Right? Matisse Thybulle is an elite wing defender. And if his shot is coming along like it showed promise in Portland, right? Because this dude was like a 19%, 20% 3-point shooter,
Hmm.
right? And I think he finished in Portland around somewhere like 35 or something like that. I think a cat like that you can get on the cheap. You can get a bargain bin guy like that. And I think Knox is another bargain bin guy that you can get that just you only bring him in for a certain thing, right? A certain thing that is knock down 3-pointers, right? I'm turning him into, excuse that, y'all. I'm turning that into him, Steve Novak. Like your role when you were on the floor is to space the floor, right? You're not picking up the best offensive player in transition. You're not, I don't want you on trying to crash the boards and do all of that stuff. The only thing you do is play within the team constraints, right? We get you the ball, you knock down the three, right? That's it. You playing team defense and team offense. You moving that ball, all of that stuff. I think Knox can do that with upside at shooting. And the thing is shooters like Knox and Joe Harris and Davis Bertans and guys that have the reputation to be shooters. Not that Knox is a shooter yet, but they tend to come along slower than other guys. They don't just burst into the NBA as knockdown 3-point shooters. The only player that we can remember doing that is probably Buddy Hield. Like come straight into the league, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson come straight into the league and they're deadly from there. Players generally take a few years to work on some stuff.
Tim Hardaway.
I'm gonna just throw a name out there, and I think this will sum up Kevin Knox, who, and that is his current NBA head coach, Chauncey Billups.
He trash.
People don't
What?
realize that Chauncey Billups, before he was the Pistons' star point guard, was on 4 different teams, bounced around 4 different teams before he grew up and found his niche. Right? Nobody remembers that, but nobody remembers Chauncey Billups in Denver.
I
Okay,
do.
so you saying Kevin Knox gonna be
Nobody
Finals
remembers
MVP
Chauncey
in
Billups in
2017?
Minnesota.
2000 final 2007 27 NBA Finals MVP Kevin Knox.
No.
All I'm saying is,
Never happened. Never happened.
all I'm saying is, people take different paths, as Uncle Freezy just
I
said.
can I can I can I can concede that.
Some people's paths take a little bit longer through their journey than others. Um,
Like Jalen Brunson.
like Jalen Brunson, I guess. Yes.
Facts.
Okay.
I don't know because what we're doing is basically replacing what we have for somebody who we're hoping that they do at least what we had previous better. Like for example, getting rid of Randall. We already know Randall's an all-star. We already know we're gonna get 20 plus the rebounds. All we're asking him to do is just add assisting to his game because he was good at it. He showed us potential. He had that to his game. A lot of these errors that people are saying that he's doing would be missed. Wouldn't even be there because he's contributing in other ways. So for me, it's like what we got, we're good. Brunson, Randall. Let's make it work.
I I'm gonna say this like winning winning is a marriage between talent and coaching for sure. Um, as is currently stated, I don't. We might make it to another second round. We have a lot of guys that are growing.
Right.
I don't want to make it a Tibbs thing again, but unless Randall, um, just hit, unless Randall improves his handle or his general IQ, his marriage with Tibbs will only go but so far unless you push him down to like a third. star type scenario. And that's not an indictment on Randall. That's more so like an indictment on how we run things here. And it's like you can say we can run it back, right? I would love to run it back and see if there's growth within Grimes or RJ or anyone on this team, really. But when you're talking about a guy that's about to be 29, I think we've seen the peak of Julius Randle. I'm not saying he's going to regress. I don't think there's another ceiling that he can attend to, which is fine. If he's going to be the third guy here, he'll be a hell of a third guy.
Right.
I
But
brought
as
that
long
point
as
up earlier.
things, yeah, but as long as things remain the same as it is, and the hierarchy remains the same as it is, and we have the same system, it's only but so far you can go with this particular system and him being forced into a particular box that he's probably not best suited for,
I myself
at
would
least in the
push him out
playoffs.
for the greatest 3-point shooting center of all time.
Yeah,
So we not talking about Knox and Matisse Thybulle?
I like Matisse Thybulle, Freezy. I'm
I
not gonna
think
lie.
he's too limited to.
Matisse Thybulle?
He's one of them players like you can't play in the clutch and like in crunch time. You can't have him on the court.
I disagree with that. I think he is a player that you absolutely need in the clutch.
Like if he's not giving you anything offensively,
I'll say
I,
this though,
I
Freezy.
don't think you can have him on the court in
You
the last
see,
5 minutes of a game.
Freezy, you see how they like the Heat ignored Josh Hart. They would do the same thing with Matisse Thybulle.
No, but the thing is we forgetting that the court has two sides to it.
Defense and
Yeah,
offense.
And the scenario y'all mentioning, y'all thinking like the Knicks are down by 7 and you need to depend on Matisse Thybulle to get you a look. Nah, in a one possession game, you absolutely can have Matisse Thybulle on the court because in a one possession game, if Matisse Thybulle makes somebody miss, your team can legit go down on the other end and score and take the lead.
I think the
But
best scenario for Matisse Thybulle is when he's the only non-shooter.
the
Now, when there's two of them, that's when the Sixers had issues and they had to
Or
get
three
rid.
of them. Oh, yeah.
but what
Like
did the
like
Knicks?
like if you have two non-shooters and one of your scorers is cold, you
Oh
can't play
no,
Matisse Thybulle, right?
no.
Right. I what I'm saying is I'm not saying that Matisse Thybulle is gonna all of a sudden come here and be elite defense like Bruce Bowen and
Hmm.
then have James Harden offense on the other end.
Yeah,
That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying though is the NBA, the regular season is an 82 game season.
need
And
bodies.
when guys get banged up, nicked up during the regular season, depth is what helps you get to 50 wins. Not always a star player. A star player is gonna win games for you, right? But you also need to have depth. And Knicks fans do the hypocritical argument. This is what they say about 90s Knicks basketball, right? They say, well, Pat Ewing didn't win a championship. And then we say, well, he didn't have help, right? And all these different things. And then when you say, well, let's add some help in certain places, then we like, well, nah, that help you bring it ain't good enough. What I'm saying to you is whether the Knicks have Cat or not. I give you an example. If you bring in Carl Anthony Towns, Matisse Thybulle is absolutely who you want to bring in and play alongside a Carl Anthony Towns. Because the thing is, it's as simple as this. Carl Anthony Towns won't have to worry about blocking shots at the basket because Matisse Thybulle's man is not going to necessarily beat him off the dribble. The small things we got to look at basketball and totality.
I
The
was,
reason
yeah,
why Mitch doesn't have a lot of shot blocks is because there are not enough attempts. If Katz was going to the rim all the time, Mitch would have about 4 blocks a game. Because we know he's probably the most talented shot blocker in the game, right? But he doesn't have those. It's like Darrell Revis. I heard Antonio Cromartie said, well, yeah, y'all think he good, but I led the NFL in interceptions. I had 10 interceptions. I led the league in interceptions. Bruh, it's because they not throwing at Darrell Revis. They throwing at you.
Yep.
You know
They
what I'm
taking
saying?
it to you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You out here like I had 10 interceptions. Really? Yeah, because they every play they throwing at you. Now it takes talent to get 10 interceptions or whatever the number was, right? But what I'm saying is you got to have Nixon, Pudge is right, yo. You got to have balance, bro. That's ultimately what I'm getting at. Along with it,
and
Wayne saying you got to have
and I
balance.
and I agree with you. Like for his, he basically there's a place in the league for Matisse Thybulle, whether we like it or not.
Right.
Like 6'5", explosive athletes with good defensive instincts and a 7-foot wingspan
Right.
don't just not have roster spots. Like
And he's a team and he's a team guy. Right? He ain't Patrick Beverly talking all the time, all sideways, right? He a young, team-friendly guy. He enjoy. I watched the thing on Philly, and it's one of the reasons why I like him. I watched the thing on Philly during the bubble and all of that. Matisse Thybulle, the dude is absolutely a team guy. Since when are Knicks fans like turning up their nose at a dude that has at least one elite NBA skill? That's a team guy that stays healthy that you can bring in on the cheap. Since when we started doing that,
Nah, that's
mm,
exactly what we've been talking about.
right? I mean, Dre, what do you think Matisse Thybulle will make if you had to offer him a contract? What would you offer him? Three for 18 total?
yeah, actually that was around the number I was thinking in my head, like 3 for 18. I, it's his. He had his sample size of 3-point shooting is very limited,
Right.
but it was promising that he ended the season on a high note in that regard, which will probably inflate his value because teams are trying to, like, you might have to have like a sweetener type deal where you're trying to buy his stock,
Yeah.
and you might have to sweeten it a little bit where it's like, oh, 3 for 24 or something like that. Just
Right.
because his talent would indicate, like, if he kept up his 3-point shooting, he's somebody that you ultimately need on a playoff roster if you're trying to make a long run.
I think the cat is Lou Dort without all the strange offense.
Yep. Lou Dort got some mean defense.
That's what I think. Lou Dort has strange offense. Like he's a power forward with a shaky dribble in a shooting guard's body with no handle.
He ain't even in the shooting guard's body. He's like 6'1", 6'2".
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
got him playing
you
small
feel me?
forward. Yeah.
You feel me? So yeah, he's like a strong safety, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He,
he definitely built like Brian Dawkins.
yeah. But he has the power forward mentality. Like I'm going to the rim regardless of what, right? And then when cats leave him open, when they give him the Gary Payton opening or the Ray John Rondo opening, like when Rondo get the ball at 3, you just sag all the way back to the paint.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They give him that, and he'll shoot it. And he's like,
Yeah, he's not
no,
afraid to shoot it. He's not looking around in the corner like Josh Hart for a
right?
dribble handoff like he's a power.
Yeah, yeah. So ultimately,
Oh
what I'm
man.
saying is if you bring those two in tandem, if you bring those two here in tandem and let them play in tandem together, because I think a lot of times we forget like small stuff, like chemistry matters, bro. Team chemistry matters, right? And it don't matter if you got the chemistry really quick, because two people that don't know each other just clicked instantly. Like me and IKBM Dre, two people that never knew each other, we get together talk basketball, click just like that, right? Or if you have a long relationship like me and Hoodie Cav, right? Over the years, like I can say stuff to Hoodie Cav, like why your ass out here eating gas station donuts in the middle of the night. I can say that to Hoodie Cav because we have a because he know I don't need nothing by it because we got hours and hours of kicking it. You know what I'm saying? But the Matisse Thybulle and Kevin Knox thing, I think is fascinating. For me, it's fascinating to just think about, right? Like bringing in a dude that's going to be in a Steve Novak role, right, and then a killer defender off the bench to replace Grimes in certain lineups. Because you can't have Grimes and Matisse Thybulle on the floor at the same time unless you want to lose 200-0. King Ribby, what's good, man?
Chilling, man.
What's up, Ruby?
What's good, man?
Good
Hey,
morning,
you
Remy.
ready? You ready for me to send you my PlayStation tag so I can watch you up on that 2K?
Whenever you're ready, man. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. All right, I'm just saying. My player is trash now. He garbage.
You got P5?
No, I ain't got it yet. I gotta wait on some stuff, man. But I will get it eventually. I'll get it probably this summer.
Yeah, man, Ribby want to give you work so bad.
Yeah.
It's crazy how 2K took over NBA Live. Like when that whole thing was going out, I remember everybody was mad about 2K being $20. Now 2K is like the only NBA game ever. So I'm
Hey,
impressed.
that's what happens when you slack on your laurels and put out garbage products
Garbage
every
product.
year.
Yeah, nah, but it was that 2K Street and all of that that everybody got big on in the beginning because that's what they were doing. The whole Dr.
Blacktop.
J and
NBA
all of that.
Streets and
That's what
shit.
really got them.
That NBA Streets.
I would say this: them
Yeah.
NBA lives were trash after
Nah.
after '07. They were trash.
Yes, they were
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
trash.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
The Gilbert Arenas one,
Venus,
trash.
yep.
Yo, what
And then
killed
when they
me?
did,
Oh,
Tony
okay, bro.
Parker, trash. My bad. Go ahead, Fuzi.
Not what killed me on the game is when you had to press triangle and circle to do moves.
yeah,
Yeah, triangle and thumbstick, circle and thumbstick. You like, yo, yeah, this is just too. Yeah,
The shot stick made everything so
uh-huh.
simple.
yeah, yeah.
Or how they had the point guard vision with like they tried to imitate off of
Oh,
football,
Madden.
where you go down and you try to like scope to see where you're passing and all of that. I was like, that's too much.
Yeah, that's too
Or
much.
like in midair, you had to press like triangle X to do like a 360 windmill. You're like, what the heck? I just want to
What is
dunk.
this? Yeah,
I just want to dunk like yeah.
yeah,
Nah,
yeah.
I'm saying like save all of that for the dunk contest. Like I'm gonna go to the lane and do a 360 windmill on somebody. No, I'm gonna bang it like Shaq, look at him and point and walk back down and be like, let's go. That's how I play. That whole
But,
fancy stuff is too much.
yeah, it's too much. Hey, Hoodie Kev, can I point out something for you?
Yes.
Hey,
So
what was
some
Kevin
math.
Knox's biggest? What was Kevin Knox's biggest knock when he was in New York? When he was a Knick?
Cause so many nights that I
The,
sat.
the biggest knock was he wasn't a student of the game. He spent too much time playing Fortnite. Remember
Oh
that?
yeah, facts. Because
The
he had a
whole
thing
the
on
whole
his
thing
draft
about
night. He came
draft.
out with a Fortnite jersey thing,
Oh
right?
The
God.
dude was like
Facts, like,
just turned 18 years old.
yo,
I'm trying to realize what people
I will never
expect.
forget that day in my life. Like, yo,
Hell
Like he
nah.
literally,
nah.
like I said, he's just turned 18 years old at the time.
Yeah.
And he's basically, in all due respect, was a kid at the time.
I don't
But
care.
you
Fortnite
don't
was
wear that
trash.
though.
Should have
You
had
don't
better
wear that
taste.
though.
So here's the thing: I haven't played a video game since Peyton Hillis was on Madden.
Damn.
Okay, so I don't even know. I've never played
Yeah, Madden
Fortnite.
Not
trash
even
anyway.
Barry Sanders, Madden. Like you didn't even play Barry Sanders.
Yeah, I think Peyton Hillis was on the cover.
Yeah, Madden trash anyway.
I think that's the last video game I played.
Well, what I'm gonna say about these Knicks, bro. I think we can build up this team around the edges, man. I don't think we have to go get the home run, the grand slam, right? I think Matisse Thybulle helps us get through the season healthy. That's one of the things that Tibbs harps on all the time. Like it's not about everybody being, it's about the team pulling together and help the team get through the season. Everybody playing for each other. If we go out and sign guys like that, because and the reason why I'm a little bit higher on Knox than I should be is because I watched the Jeremy Grant story. Yeah, I remember Jeremy Grant, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was not this Jeremy Grant his first few years in the league, bro.
He was a defensive specialist.
Energy, yeah.
Period. That was it.
Backing up Paul Millsap, right?
Was it? Because no. He was on the Nuggets before Paul Millsap. And then Paul Millsap came and took his job.
Okay.
And then they were vying for the same position.
Okay.
And then he left to go to the Pistons for opportunity to average 20 points per game and get higher salary. And now he's put himself in a position to be a $30 million player every year. Now, because he worked on his game, ultimately.
Would you pay him $30 million? Is Jeremy Grant the guy that helps the Knicks get over the top?
Hell no.
Over the top in terms of what, like To the
Yeah,
conference finals or to the finals?
get into the finals. If we had
Now,
Jeremy Grant against Miami, do we win?
yeah,
Yeah.
Okay. If we had Jeremy Grant against Boston, now you see what Boston looks like. Do we win?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You
That I
you
don't know. Because I'm talking
It's the
like
three
matchups
pointers that
are
kill them.
matchup
The three
dependent. Like
pointers.
right?
it's matchup dependent.
Do you say no because you think there's a chance, but you don't want to consider the chance? Do you say no because Boston is
I
flat out
think there's a
better,
chance, but
or do you?
I don't know for certain if we will win. It will be like a 50-50 type thing for you.
Okay,
In my
that's what I
mind.
was getting to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ultimately, that's what I was getting to. Like, or is it just a flip a coin option?
I think it's like a flip a coin thing, but I'm not 100% sure. But like against the Heat, after seeing what we matched up and how they exploited our flaws,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Jeremy
But
Grant definitely helps us get in my mind, he definitely helps us get to the NBA finals. Right. And the reason why I say that is because I think we forget how hot Jalen Brunson was in game 6 and game 5.
yeah,
If he would have carried that momentum into that next series against Boston, and I know they have Marcus Smart, bro. I know that.
yeah, I'm not. It don't even matter who you put in front of Brunson. Like Brunson's gonna get what he needs to get offensively,
Right.
in my mind, unless you just trap him out all out or every possession. And just, but it's one of those things where this is the reason why Jeremy Grant is a $30 million player. Ultimately, he'll get you 18 to 20 very efficiently while eliminating or attempting to give fits to other teams' number one option from the
Yeah.
wings. He basically does like everything we say Mikal Bridges does. He does that.
Right. And he's lower maintenance.
Yeah.
Jeremy
The
Grant,
only thing is he gets hurt a little bit. That's about it.
two-way players, bro. And I know I say this a lot,
Outside
man.
of Mikal Bridges, they all get hurt.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, man. For the most part, two-way players is just gonna be that. That's why I really dislike the Kawhi Leonard, Paul George narrative. That they stay hurt,
they
right?
all stay hurt.
Because they do stay hurt, but look at what they do at a high level when they're healthy, right?
Like human beings are not supposed to be 6'8", 6'9", 240, closing out and then doing sprints back to the rim and then
Right.
trying to attempt to guard quick shifty guards and then attempting to guard bigs in the paint.
And change direction.
It's not
Yeah. When you six
conducive
eight,
to a long
you're not
career.
supposed to be. Yeah, you 6'8", you not 6'8". Human beings are not built to be quick twitch athletes, bro. That's why when you see one, it's so rare, right? You know what I'm saying? 6'8", 6'7", 6'8", 6'9" guys at 240 being quick twitch and having to be strong sometimes. Like you chasing around Michael Porter Jr., you get screened by Jokic. Now you playing against Jokic,
Yeah.
right?
And I want
You
to
know what
say,
I'm saying?
like, part of the reason why Mikal Bridges doesn't get hurt is because he's not that big. 6'7", but
Nah, yeah.
he's like 215 at best.
That man's nickname at Villanova is Noodles.
Like at best, he's 215 at
At
absolute
best.
best.
At best, and I think he's this generation's Tayshaun Prince, except not as tall.
I can see that. But
Yeah,
like his offensive game actually developed, unlike Tayshaun's.
yeah, Tayshaun Prince just didn't care nothing about you.
Yeah.
And
I mean, you
Tayshaun Prince
didn't
was,
need it in that era. In this
no,
one,
no,
in
not
order to get
not
paid
when
the
you
big
beat
bucks,
team
you
79, 75. You ain't need his
need,
offense.
in this era, you need it though.
Do you remember what team Richard Hamilton started his career with?
The Wizards.
The Wizards. The Wizards, bro. That's why I'm saying
Him and Juan Dixon.
Yep, Juan Dixon. Yep. Yep. Yeah, so that's why sometimes when people mention certain players as cast-offs, let's not forget our best player or second best player played for two teams before he got here. You know what I'm saying? And he took that and turned it into two-time NBA All-Star, two-time All NBA. Right? So
Julius?
yep. He played for two teams before he got here.
That's a fact.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So when you look at guys like Matisse Thybulle, before you completely throw them away, just consider that like Randall has a couple of elite NBA skills, right? Like, and I know it's gonna sound bad, but Randall's passing is elite for a 250-pound man, right? Randall's rebounding is elite for a man at any size. The other stuff that comes along with it, it's just like gravy. It's like stuff, gravy on top. You know what I'm saying? So when I mention Matisse Thybulle, I'm not saying that Matisse Thybulle is going to come here and be the savior. What I'm saying is in them games where, like in Game 6 when RJ and Grimes got in foul trouble, both of them had 2 fouls in the first quarter,
You
and
could
you
just throw him in there on Jimmy and
yep,
let him figure it out for a few
for like a
minutes, buy you
quarter
some
and a
time.
half, and now yep,
Not even that, 6 minutes.
yeah, yeah.
6 minutes at a time.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, man. I'm not saying that one move is gonna fix everything. And chat, I hope y'all on that thinking man's level. I hope y'all not thinking that I'm thinking just the one name that I throw into the conversation is gonna fix everything. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is if we consider the minor, or like Grant Williams over Obi is a humongous upgrade in terms of what we do on the floor. In terms of the salary, it's not that much of a, you know what I'm saying? You're talking
To be
about,
honest, I ain't gonna lie. That would be. I ain't gonna front. As much as I love Obi, that would be
yeah,
the
yeah.
defense and stuff like
Obi
that.
needs too much. Grant Williams already understands his role in the NBA.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
Like Drake, would you agree with that?
Yeah.
That great that
Oh,
Grant
say that again. Grant Williamson do
Grant
what?
Grant Williams understands his role in the NBA.
Yeah.
And I think Obi wants to be a starter. I think Quickly wants to be a starter. I think Grimes wants to be a starter. The only ones that kind of like and dislike their roles are Miles McBride and Jericho Sims, who probably just want to play.
Mm.
Right?
I
They'll
could
take
agree with
minutes in
that.
any role. So yeah, man. Dre, is there a secret free agent out there that you might be interested in, or a secret player
Oh,
on another roster you can get for cheap that can help the Knicks?
I mentioned someone before and it slips my mind. I'm gonna have to get back to you on that one because Grant Williams is not gonna get no 20 million. Though. He
Nah,
wanted 20 million, but he
yeah,
ain't gonna get that. He gonna get 10 to
yeah,
You think
12.
so?
Yeah.
he probably gonna get 3 for 33. That's what as soon as I saw, I was like, yeah, he getting 3 for 33, bro. And it's
That's
probably
pretty
gonna
good.
be 10, 11, 12. It ain't even gonna be 11 to start with. You're gonna get 10 the first year, 11, and then 12. You know what I'm saying? Cost of living raises each year. Yeah. So yeah, man. I mean, honestly, man, I think there are some moves out there that the Knicks can do, like Josh Richardson. Y'all know I love Josh Richardson, right? I think Tibbs would use him. Like we'll probably. How much do you think we can get Josh Richardson for? 3 for 24?
Nah, he's going for a little
Three
bit
for
more than that.
30, 3 for
He
30, three
he
for
might be
35.
he might be in that 3 for 36 range, something like that.
Okay, I still do it.
Yeah,
12 million a
I
year. I
like his
still
skill
do it.
set. I like
Yeah.
his skill
But
set. He
then
can
who you gonna
initiate
move though,
offense. He can
Crazy?
guard ones and twos and threes.
Hey, well, for
He's
one,
versatile.
for one, you don't have to move him. He's a guy that when you talk to Tibbs about the 10-man rotation, and I know Tibbs likes 9, right? But when you talk to Tibbs about the 10-man rotation, if you're talking to him about say Quickly, Matisse Thybulle, Josh Richardson, Grant Williams, Isaiah Hartenstein, I think Tibbs can live with 10 men. I think yeah, quickly Thybulle, Richardson, Williams, Hartenstein. He can live with 10 men. I absolutely think not only will he live with it, he'll thrive in it. My only deal with that though is what do you do with our young players? Like some of them that's on the radar, but not even like what are you doing with John Montero and Trevor Keels now?
Exactly.
G League.
Yeah. How long are
I
you gonna
want to see
leave
how
them
Kills
until
do.
Trevor
they?
Keels is averaging 35 in the summer league. Freezy.
Yeah, that's what I
Damn.
said. I asked earlier about him. I was like,
I'm
what
joking,
happened
bro.
to
I'm
him?
not. I'm
Right,
not.
Oh,
I was
about to
gonna say
say.
he better get his ass on that P90X or something or something, bro. I don't know what the new workout tape is nowadays, but he better do some Tybo or something.
It's called performance enhancing drugs.
Oh, okay, yeah,
That's
There
what it
we
is.
go.
Oh, it's called brown rice, broccoli, and chicken breast. Every Hollywood actor you talk to, how'd you go from 30% body fat to 4% body fat in 3 weeks?
He got.
Broccoli and chicken breast and
I was drinking raw eggs like Rocky.
that diet, yeah. Yeah, but I think the Knicks have a lot of questions that they are going to have to answer this summer. That's why I'm thinking a lot of the guys, like I have this sinking feeling that Miles McBride may be gone, bro.
I think he might be going Freezy.
Yeah, I have a feeling that Jericho Sims might be gone.
I think I think Jericho Sims stays as a third center because he doesn't really make much, and I
Yeah,
think his particular position is more warranted because if we're gonna run back our two centers,
Nah, that's a fact.
there's a good chance one of them gets hurt. That's just the nature of the business.
it's the nature of the position,
Yeah,
right?
so it's one of those things where when you saw his contract,
I didn't
he
even
ain't
like
making
Roll
nothing
up
for
the
the
whole
next
time.
3 years, Freezy.
He ain't
Hell
making
yeah.
nothing. You talking about Sims, right? No,
Yeah,
he making
he's
nothing.
super cost controlled. Whereas McBride's deal could end over the summer if we just decide not to pick it up.
Yeah, the team option. The team option, I think it's matter of fact, I think it's coming up pretty soon.
And
I
to
think
be absolutely honest, depending on the moves we make, if we add another guard, it would be purposeless to bring him back.
right.
Ultimately,
Do you bring back a old guard or a new guard, a young guard?
what does Javon Carter sound like?
Miles
That's
McBride.
interesting.
Yeah, but Javon Carter can actually shoot.
Now he can.
Yeah, now we can, of course,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
but we talking about right now, right? So
We are talking about right now.
so Javon Carter is a 40% 3-point shooter. We would like Deuce McBride to be that
How about 30? Could we get 30?
30%.
Yeah, from Miles McBride.
I need more than that.
Instead of 27?
I need more than that.
No, I'm
I
talking
need 35
at
minimum.
least. At least.
Minimum 35.
Yeah.
Because if you're out there not orchestrating offense, you need to
Cause,
be available and actually at least league average from three.
Cause if you out there with Carl Anthony Towns and he chip a nail, you're gonna have to do everything, bro. You know Carl Anthony Towns is gonna be out for 7 months.
Yeah. I'm tired of these below league average 3-point shooters.
Yeah.
And I see Kevin smirking because the league's greatest 3-point shooting center might be
Ever.
on the market.
Yeah. I think he
That
gonna
might answer some questions.
yeah. I think the one destination for him is over now that San Antonio is getting Vic.
Oh yeah,
That's the only place where I think you
wash.
can build around. I think Cat has a perfect Tim Duncan type personality to go with Popovich. And that's one of the things that people don't talk about. Like Cat's personality, he ain't
He's a
really
great guy.
Yeah. He just yeah. He just not confrontational. You know what I'm saying? So
He comes in and goes to work and then goes back home.
right. I saw him punch Joel Embiid in the teeth. Right, you remember that? You remember that? Cat punch Carl Anthony. Cat punch.
Because Joel been trolling him for years.
Yeah, and they finally got on the court, and I knew something was gonna happen. I knew something was gonna. You knew it.
Who did the first hit?
Cat.
Cat was tired of the Twitter stuff
Cat
and
was
the
like,
John
I
back
just
and
can't.
forth.
I can't wait to get out here with you. Cat, you looking forward to the game? Yes. Yeah.
As soon as they went out for a box out, all hell broke loose and they fell on the floor.
Yeah,
It, it reminded them. It reminded me of when Shaq and Chuck started fighting.
Yeah, yeah. You knew it was coming. You knew it was coming. But yeah, man. I'm when I was looking at the books and stuff, I don't want to cook. You know how people cook the books to make the numbers look a certain way. That's why I want to put Spot Track up on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
But Spot Track can be confusing though.
Yeah,
Yeah, Spot Track
because it doesn't. Well, it shows you like the options and like projected. Like if you went in and accepted the option, but like for instance, Derrick Rose's option will not be picked up.
No,
But they might be counting it towards next year. Just
yeah,
on the
yeah.
offhand.
His cap hold is on the books right now for 23, almost $24 million for 24-25.
Hell nah.
You know he ain't coming back, bro.
Nope.
No, he ain't coming back at
He
all.
could come back as a coach though. Like you get an assistant spot if you want it.
Yeah. Hey, Miguel P said, you the Watanabe. I like Watanabe also.
Oh, Watanabe, yeah, I like him.
Watanabe.
Yeah. He's 6'7", but he's 6'7" for you.
I thought he was 6'9". 2K had him at 6'9".
I thought so too.
He's 6'7".
Yo, I used to call him Wannabe on 2K. I used to call him Wannabe because he was the dude that always had the generic 2K sneakers on.
I mean, he looks like a generic 2K character. So it's like the headband don't even match. Like,
right? Like,
you see these guys come in the league with these random, like NBA, like sports gear, like sleeves and shoulder pads
and
like,
elbow
who are
guard.
these people? Like, who are these people?
He a small forward. He a small forward with a chin strap beard. What's the beard you get and you don't have no hair on your chin? The rest of the
just the inverse. I was about to say a soul patch, but that's not a soul patch. It's the inverse. It's just Fu Manchu or something. I don't know.
Yeah. You like that? This dude coming in the league, he got a full beard with no chin hair.
But like you told Watanabe, I do like him, and he improved his 3-point shooting by a ton.
Is he better than Steve McCulloch?
Yeah, I'll say that because he's sneaky athletic. He can throw some length and athleticism onto some wings to make them uncomfortable. Is he a stopper? No,
he ain't no stopper.
But Steve McCulloch can't stop nobody at all.
Nah, Svi is not that. He's never been that.
He dunked on somebody too. I forgot who it was.
Svi is sneaky, bro.
Svi is what, 6'7"?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's like Bogdanovich athletic. The other one, the one on the Pistons, the one that was on the Jazz.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like him?
I do, but he's gonna make a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
Hoodie Cap, you like him? You like Bogdanovich?
Huh?
Bogdanovich. Watanabe? McCulloch?
I don't know who. I'm sorry. I'm doing some research and I just got intrigued by something, and so I wanted to kind of.
Kevin Knox won number 11.
He did win number 11, but this is.
You know, I got jokes for you, right? Kevin Knox in the middle of the court after he go 3 for 18 against Golden State. They lose by 55. And he out there repping number 11 for Frank Ntilikina. Yo, this is my man's Frank. It's right. That dude went 3 for 18 against Golden State in a game they lost by 55.
Wait. Was he on the Pistons or the Blazers?
The Blazers, bro.
Oh, God.
The Blazers. They lost to an NBA team by 55. And he out here repping his man, Frank Ntilikina.
Oh, God. You know what? I'm not even gonna be that hard on Kevin Knox. I believe his skill set has a place in the league if he just finds a way to be a consistent high 30s to 40s 3-point shooter.
Knox?
If he ever manages a way to get to that point, him being 6'7", he'll find if he went to a place like Miami, they'll find a use for him.
Yeah.
Because like all these. They're gonna have like these undrafted guys get paid other places. They're gonna try to tool up on like big shooters that have some sort of like ceiling. And I wouldn't be shocked if he wound up over there.
I have a question for you. Just throwing a couple names out of there. What do y'all think of Alex Caruso and Patrick Williams of the Bulls?
You're not getting
I,
him.
I
I
like
like
both.
I like both, but it depends on the coach because
Because
Tibbs will
I,
run.
I'm
Tibbs will
reading
run
it,
Alex
and
Caruso 38 minutes a night if he could.
And have them playing point.
because I was reading some Bulls stuff, and they're saying how they're gonna make drastic changes.
Hey, you know who else? And I'm not to change the subject, but I think the Wizards are making drastic changes too.
Yeah, I seen that.
You sure? Because
Yes. Yeah.
their owner said, "I'm not ever taking ever."
He said that 3 years ago though.
Because I'm looking at
He said
the
it recently, Breezy.
Bulls,
He said
and
that recently.
Yeah, within the season.
Oh
I'm,
yeah,
I'm
they tank him. They got
I'm
to tank
looking
him.
at the Bulls, right, and I don't see Vucevic going back. And I'm saying, they have. If my Karl Anthony Towns prediction comes true, that is a team screaming for Mitchell Robinson. And I'm saying, you know what?
That's a team screaming for Cat.
What? Listen, I don't think they had the assets to trade for Cat.
He really was a cat on this
No, I'm saying
pick.
I don't think the Bulls have the assets to trade for Karl Anthony Towns. They don't
Oh,
have a high draft. They
you
don't
don't
have
think
high draft pick or a lot of draft picks.
right?
Here's the thing about Knicks draft picks that we
Their
haven't taken
next
into
draft pick is
consideration.
gone because of the DeRozan trade.
Yeah.
By the
The
way,
Knicks, if the Knicks continue to be good, like we all expect them to be good, that means that all the treasure trove of draft picks aren't as enticing as they were before. Right? Like if we expect the Knicks to continue to be good, then you have all these picks that you don't think are going to be high picks.
Hey, Kaiser Sose was talking to you, man.
So I've been actually on a different screen. Because I am now like, man, Alex
I like
Caruso,
Nas Reed,
Patrick
man.
Wilson, and Patrick Williams, they just scream like they would fit into Tibbs' system perfectly.
You would take Nas Reed over iHeart?
All right. So let me ask him this real quick though. What is Tibbs' system?
He would love Alex Caruso.
What is Tibbs' system?
Tibbs' system. Let me rephrase Tibbs' system. He likes, as you say, the smaller, chubbier. Not saying Alex Caruso is chubby because Alex Caruso is like
Tibbs is a chubby chaser, bro.
Alex
it's
Caruso's
like
still like 6'4" though.
he's like 6'4". He the list man 6'5".
He ain't no damn
Yeah,
6'5".
he ain't
I'm just saying that's what the list is.
His Elmer Fudd looking ass is not 6'5".
Saying, Patrick Williams though, oh, Tim's gonna look at him like that's who I want right there.
Yeah.
Is he 6'5"?
He's like 6'6", but he plays like power forward.
Oh, Patrick Williams is 6'7"?
Yeah,
He's like
235?
Yeah.
But Paul.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Tibbs is licking his chops at Patrick Williams right now. Like an undersized power forward.
Yeah, he would be.
But why would he get another undersized power forward when he got Josh Hart about to make
Because he
$100 million?
once had 4 power forwards on his team once and thought it was gonna work.
Hey, look, man. Josh Hart making $25 million a year, looking like championship caliber moves to me,
Yeah.
boss.
And his contract gonna be front loaded.
Because if you get
29 next year.
if you get Cat, then Patrick Williams and Alex Caruso are the type of players that you want around Cat.
For sure. Yeah. I agree with that.
And they also fit with Jalen and RJ. Because neither one of them are like, hey, I want the ball. Caruso's an excellent perimeter defender. Excellent.
He's all NBA defense.
Patrick Williams is.
I think he made first or second team or something like that.
And if you want a 3-and-D, that's basically Patrick Williams all day. All he does is play defense and shoot threes.
The only problem with Patrick Williams,
41% this past season. 41%.
We know his numbers.
the only problem with Patrick Williams, he has bronchitis where he'll fade away from the game. You'll forget he even played that night.
On offense, definitely. Yeah. On offense, definitely.
If he doesn't get a steal in that game, then you're like, did he do anything?
Did he do anything, bro? And truth be told, I think that they mismanaged his development.
I think so too. Like trying to do the 2 timeline thing, developing and trying
Yeah,
to win.
you can't
But
do it.
that's what they brought in that new front office for. They wanted to win immediately.
And that new front office is trash. I was trying to reserve a grade for them. They trash.
Yeah, they
The DeRozan trade, the Vucevic trade is
whew,
trash.
it was looking good for like 2 months.
And the Lonzo Ball signing.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
super unfortunate.
Yeah,
But they might
but
be able to get out of that if like the
because of the insurance thing. Yeah.
injury exception, and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Well, they say that
But
Vucevic
that front
isn't
office
coming
did
back.
that. So it happened on their watch.
Absolutely.
So
I heard he almost like going for the season, like the whole like life.
He's gone next year
they're
too.
gone. Yeah.
He's saying like career
His
ending
knee is
season.
cooked. His knee is
Yeah.
cooked. He legitimately cannot run without
Right.
a limp.
Without pain. Yep.
So hold on. With that being said, they like do he still get money as far as right now? Like
He's gonna get his contract. He's gonna
No,
get his
he's
money.
gonna get. It's gonna be through insurance though. It's not gonna be through the Bulls.
oh
It's like Stoudemire. Stoudemire got his money through and got his through self insurance.
but it's the same it's the whole amount though.
Yeah. He
Yeah.
gonna get every last dime, and it's not gonna show up on their cap once he
Yeah.
gets out of
Shit.
once he gets out of like the injury designation or whatever.
Yeah.
It's not gonna touch their cap because he may never play again. That's the word. He may
Yeah.
never actually play again.
Yeah. And so when you look at what Chicago did from the signing, man, can you imagine if we'd have traded for Lonzo Ball? And I was
Yo.
pounding the table.
Yeah.
Why we ain't got Lonzo from New Orleans?
I like Lonzo too.
Yeah, I like Lonzo from New Orleans.
I mean,
man.
I like his game from everything that he represents on the court, but it's like if you can't play, then it don't matter what I like about your game. You can't even play.
Right. Right. But Hoodie Cav, I understand where you're going, but how are we acquiring those talents?
That's what I'm trying to worry.
What, you mean Alex
Randall.
Caruso and Patrick Williams?
Randall.
That is no, that's all Mitchell Robinson all day. You can probably give up Mitchell Robinson
Mm-hmm.
as a center and a couple of draft picks because they're losing Vucevic. They're losing Vucevic. And maybe a couple of draft picks. You might need to throw in somebody like a Miles McBride or somebody just to give them an extra guard.
Don't they already have enough undersized guards?
Well, you're taking away Caruso. You know, Ball's not going to be there.
No.
Caruso make like 9, right? Not to cut you off, Freezy.
So Caruso and Williams both make $9 million, which is $18 million, which is
You're gonna have to pay Patrick Williams though.
Yeah.
Huh?
He was in the Obi class.
You're gonna have to pay him.
Yeah, you're gonna have to give him his extension. Him,
I mean-
IQ, Obi all came out together.
Yeah, but it's not like Patrick Williams is going to be asking for a lot, right?
Well,
he
we don't
ain't
know.
about to
We
go
don't
there and break the bank.
But you don't know what these.
You don't
You're
know.
gonna want to start.
Yeah. I would convert. Honestly, I would convert him back to the 3.
Hey, that's the thing.
That's a fact.
I think the Bulls messed up when they said, "Hey, we're gonna play with the 4."
They were playing. They were trying to play him at the 3, and then they wound up getting somebody to play the 3, and then they had to move him to the 4.
For DeRozan, I think.
Oh, snap, crackle, and pop.
They kind of screwed up with his development because they didn't like. Not everyone can take that Kawhi approach and just learn under Hall of Famers and be hyper efficient as you go while being assertive when you need to be.
Right. And
he's
some
the type
players-
of guy that needs to take his lumps in order to figure out the
Bruises.
speed, figure out the speed of the game, figure out how to get to his spots. That's stifled his development.
And plus, you
ultimately.
can't tell that man to put on 20 pounds in the offseason. Hey, man, listen, I know you're going to play at 218, but we need for you to put on 20 pounds to play the power forward. That's crazy.
Now he's the same weight as Kurt Thomas.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. I would get him. I would get him back down to like
230,
Yeah, at least at a minimum.
235.
Yeah.
Because he has the frame to because he's still athletic,
He's still athletic now, and he's still long arms.
but his athleticism will go a little bit higher at a lower weight.
Right. It's like and I'm kidding with Hoodie Cav, but if we can get Hoodie Cav down to about 247, 248, we can get Hoodie Cav at third base.
Listen, believe it or not, I'm already there. If I can get like the 227, I'm definitely getting back out there.
I'm joking. I wish I could get to 307 if I can.
So
get
I literally, on a side note, I actually just recently signed up to like an intramural league, so I'm very excited. I gotta go dust off the old leather.
Oh boy,
I'm about to be out there at the hot corner like Robin Ventura.
Man, think he Scott Rowland out there.
Yeah, he out there like Rafael Devers.
I can
Bring me a Newport.
I can't wait till somebody lay down the bunt.
Yes.
And I go charging at it.
The hot corner.
Hey, Kev, I was pitching in our softball league, and this old lady swung right, and she hit a swinging bunt down the third base line, and I was gonna run over there. I was like, "Hey man, I ain't." I heard Tommy farting his way all the way up to that ball and threw it to first base. I was like, Tommy, if you don't lose, Tommy, he was our IT guy, like he was a cool dude, right? Tommy, IT guy, farted all the way to the ball. Man, we laughed all night at Tommy, bro. Yeah, man. Hoodie Cap, don't be that guy, bro. Hoodie Cap, don't be that guy where you just get from behind the desk and jump right on the softball field, think you still got it.
I might still have it.
Oh boy.
I'm just saying. Might still got it.
It's like riding a bike.
Hey, I got one for you, Hoodie Cap. How about Mitch and Obi to Portland for the 3 pick?
They're
No.
not doing that.
Why are you not doing that for the 3 pick?
I don't think Portland would do that.
I would do it, but they not going to.
You don't think Portland's gonna do it?
Hell no.
What else would you have to give up for that? Fournier?
We would have to take back Nurkic.
I would do it. I would do it at the opportunity of getting Scoot or Brandon Miller.
You have to take back Nurkic and whoever else terrible contract they got.
I would do it. Done. I would do it. And the reason why is because generational talent is just not going to appear. It's just not going to show up on your doorstep like walking your gym. Sometimes you gotta pay the cost to be the boss. Hoodie Cav, ain't that what you said? Swing for the fences.
Yeah, it is. Yes.
So if Brandon Miller
the
is
Mavs did that for Luka. So.
Yeah, Hoodie Cav, if you can get a Carmelo Anthony type or some guy like that, some long scorer, some 6'8" wing scorer that's pure buckets.
Like Brandon Miller?
Yeah.
I'm not the highest on Brandon Miller, but I do see the ceiling. I do see the potential, that is.
Yeah.
You can't. If I said that you can't.
Hoodie Cav, you don't like smooth wing scores? I'm just asking.
I don't like smooth wing scores that I've never seen in the NBA.
Oh.
So you didn't like Jason Tatum in college?
So you didn't like Sauce Gardner in college?
That's what?
Sauce Gardner at Cincinnati.
I wanted, to be honest with you, I wanted
Garrett
I
Wilson.
can't think of his name right now.
What position does he play?
He went to LSU.
Offensive defense.
The pass rusher. You talking about the pass rusher, right?
No, the corner from LSU that was taken before we got Sauce.
Oh.
He plays for Houston now.
Yeah.
I know you're talking.
His granddaddy was an NFL player.
You're talking about Derek Stingley.
Derek Stingley. I wanted Derek Stingley.
Right.
Thank God we did.
I was like, Sauce Gardner.
Thank God they picked him.
I was pissed when they took
Derek Stingley not bad, bro.
He's a
No.
good player, but
He's not
Sauce is
Sauce. He's
a
not Sauce.
freak.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I wanted Drake London over Garrett Wilson.
Oh my god.
So if it was up to me, we would have had Derek Stingley and Drake London.
I mean, in theory, that wouldn't be a bad haul. But
No,
knowing what we know now, it's like,
because
damn.
here's the thing: Drake London's not bad. Drake London ain't got nobody throwing him the ball.
No.
Yeah,
no,
that,
yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Like,
Nobody.
in theory, it would still be a great move, but knowing what we know now, these guys might be on Hall of Fame trajectories compared to them dudes.
Yeah. Yeah. And the draft is not an absolute science. You know what I'm saying? It's a science. It's just not absolute.
Yeah, sometimes it's a crapshoot.
Sometimes it's yep. Because sometimes it's not about the talent of the player. Sometimes a talented player goes to a terrible organization.
Situations.
Yeah, they're picking third for a reason. like teams legit are picking third and fourth. Charlotte is picking second for a reason. So, yeah, man. I'm legit like, if you're talking about trading guys away, Pretty Kev, I don't want to trade them for money. I want to trade them away for generational talent and then shore up the backside of the roster with free agents, like those surefire guys that you mentioned. I'd rather go get Brandon Miller, go get Scoot Henderson, and then in free agency or some type of trade get Patrick Williams and Alec Caruso. That's what I'm thinking, like something like that. I think it's got to be, you got to work these things in tandem. Like you could swing for the fences, but not swing for an absolute outcome.
So Patrick Williams or Grant Williams?
I would like to have them both.
No, you got to choose.
If we're talking about ceiling, Patrick Williams, like in terms of what he might be 2-3 years from now, but if you're trying to win tomorrow,
It's definitely Grant Williams.
Okay.
trying to win, you already got your two top guns in place.
Right.
You get Patrick Williams if you think he might be a top gun. He might be a third guy or second guy. That's what you get for him. But Grant Williams is like, you already got your hierarchy set in place. Just come in here, be smart, play defense, shoot threes.
I think bringing Patrick Williams in would be a nice option because you're bringing Patrick Williams into a semi-championship contending team. At least that's who we want to be. That's who we think we could be, right? And then you just give him certain roles. Him and Grimes, you bring them along together. Bruce Bowen, Kawhi Leonard type.
Yeah.
And I don't think those two ever played together, but y'all get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because your point guard is going to get you offense, like Tony Parker got them offense, and your power forward is going to get you offense, right? And then if you can find a third guy off the bench that's just a bucket, now you're talking about that San Antonio model, bro, and putting Patrick Williams in there.
It's funny over there for the Spurs. Like Tony Parker led the league in paint points as a guard.
Yeah.
For multiple years.
Yep.
And he wasn't even like a hyper. He wasn't John Morant.
Right.
You saying what points?
Paint
points.
Paint.
Oh.
So he was getting 2 feet in the paint and scoring over and over. And under the right situation, Freezy, like a space court, Brunson could be up there in paint points per game.
Bro, I'm telling you, if that man gets any semblance of shooting, if we get any semblance of shooting whatsoever, Brunson and Randall are making the next 4 All-Star games, bro. Because if you got Randall has to do contested threes, not because he just can't go by his man, but the paint's clogged up.
I mean, the paint's clogged up because we don't generate artificial spacing, which is
that's true too.
Like when you watch modern teams, like Bam is not shooting the ball from the 3-point line. At best, he's shooting it from 15 feet.
Right.
And there's still ways to free up the paint in that respect.
And you know what? I'm gonna say something, man. I watched part of the Boston Miami game tonight. I think I saw some sets from Joe Mazzulla, and I think he got too cute with some of the
I think
offensive
he
stuff.
had to get cute because um, Tatum,
Tatum was hurt. Yeah,
yeah, he had to try to manufacture something, and Jalen Brown had 8 turnovers. Like anytime Jalen Brown tried to do anything,
yeah,
turnover.
yeah,
So like I think he was forced in a situation because Tatum was just a shell of himself.
yeah. They ran some pseudo back guard screen in the paint to get like guys rolling to the rim off the wing, which I hadn't seen in the NBA. And I don't know what you call it, and I'm not claiming to be a basketball savant,
I'd
but
have to go look at it again to
yeah,
parse it.
I don't know. I don't know if there's a name for it, but what I will do though, there's a guy on YouTube that does a channel Thinking Basketball,
Yeah,
and so what I'm gonna do is hit him up on Twitter and see if he can break it down. You know what I'm saying? Do some film study on it to at least describe what it is, because it's not like Miami was all over everybody else. Clearly, they were like, when blood in the water, we just gonna guard Jalen Brown now because the other guy can't do nothing.
yeah. Oh, they turned Jason Tatum on that ankle was just it, basically Steve Novak at that point.
Yeah, you
Yep.
ain't see what he
Yep.
said at the press conference.
Yep.
He-
Oh my
when you
god!
saw him walk off the stage, you knew he wasn't right.
Yeah.
Like
He
he
said,
walked off.
I'm gonna give that my contract to him." Like what?
What? Wait,
Yeah.
what did he say?
He
Yeah.
said, he gonna give his contract to
To Jalen
Brian.
Brown.
Yeah, because like he deserve it. Like
Because we
he,
need that man. Yeah,
yeah,
man. Yeah.
Yeah. Like we got to remember their tandem is 26 and 25,
Yeah. Yeah.
and already been through multiple wars.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like ultimately they're gonna keep growing.
Yeah.
It would be like if we had two Brunsons. The Brunson is 26 right now.
Man.
27. In
Is
terms
there
of talent.
is there a young guy out there that we can pluck that can be in that tandem with Brunson?
It's hard to do, Freezy.
Is there a CJ McCollum out there that we can pluck? I think there is.
I know
I,
one.
I think it's hard. The only reason I
Yeah,
say that it's hard,
when I say his name, you're gonna laugh.
go for it.
Anthony Simons.
No, I don't know.
I do like his ceiling. He can't play a lick of defense, but his ability to like they're very rare. Like he's a rare talent. There are very rare guys that can be in the 3-point contest and in the dunk contest,
And in the dunk contest, bro.
and can
And
shoot
and
and dribble at the same time.
and be mentored by an all-time great.
Yeah,
Right. All these things you have to take into consideration.
because I think how old is Anthony? I think he's like 23 right now.
20,
24.
yeah, he's young. Remember, he went to
He came
IMG
to,
Academy.
yeah, he came to the league super young,
Right. Right.
damn near out, basically like out of high school,
Basically. Yeah.
and
Yeah. Instead of
still
going to
has
college,
some
he went to
growing.
IMG Academy, right?
Yeah, he still has some growing to do, but his mentality, the thing I like about him most, like his demeanor, kind of just
I don't
Jalen
think
Brunson.
I don't think he's gonna be on the market. To be honest.
I don't.
I
They
just
might
saw a
trade him.
rumor. Yeah, I saw a rumor that said he
Oh,
is on the yeah. Yeah.
I think.
oh yeah, because Dame, I forgot.
I think the Portland Trailblazers are all in on trying to make Dame
Yeah.
like a contender, and they're gonna regret it ultimately. I
Yeah.
think they're gonna regret forcing that instead of just letting it go.
If I'm Mike Schmitz, bro, I'm considering trading Damian Lillard to Golden State for Jordan Poole, for Moses Moody, and Jonathan Kuminga.
You can get more than that.
Yeah, I know. I know. That's what I'm starting at.
Hey, I'm gonna need 4 picks, man.
And 4 picks.
Yep.
I wasn't going that far, but okay. Because I think Kuminga.
Matter of fact, I'll take 4 picks, and you can keep Jordan Poole.
No, Portland.
What?
I mean, Golden State won't do it unless you take contract back.
He got it. Yeah, that's a terrible contract to take back.
Yeah, you got to take his contract, bro.
Oh God,
Yeah,
paying Jordan Poole $32 million a year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not taking Jordan Poole because he's a good player. I'm taking Jordan Poole because Damian Lillard makes so much money.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because both teams are in that weird space. So, yeah. But Golden State is in that thing where, man, if we're gonna pay the money, can we at least go for a championship, compete for a championship? I mean, I'm considering doing that, and I'm also considering not bringing Clay back. I think I might put Clay in that deal to
It's a
Portland.
family thing
Yeah.
over there. They're more loyal. Like
Exactly.
they're gonna bring him back just because.
Yeah, I know.
Unfortunately,
But Clay gonna want 40, and he actually only worth 20.
what's his name? What's his name? The GM over there is looking to leave. He might leave as of between now and next week.
But Joe Lacob don't care nothing about that.
Myers.
No,
Joe Lacob only cares about that the bottom line. Ultimately.
Yeah, and them championships. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I would consider it as a Knicks fan. I would even look to be consider that, like jump in that three-way. Like, hey, y'all need somebody to take on some salary. As long as we get pick compensation, we good. You know what I'm saying? Like Hoodie Kev, would you jump in that three-way trade with Portland and Golden State and take on Klay Thompson's salary?
I love me some Klay Thompson. But at this present moment in time, I would not.
I don't think Klay Thompson makes a ton of money right now.
Diminishing goods.
Yeah, he want 40 million, bro. You know,
And
he wants 40 million. What he gonna get is two different things.
4 years, $40 million a piece.
No.
Yeah, that's what that man want at his age.
Off of the Achilles and a torn ACL.
And that was 3 years ago now. That was 3 years ago. He still looked rusty and slow.
And he hasn't been a consistent shooter since then. Like he'll have his highs and his peaks where he's dropping 40.
Yeah.
And then he'll turn around and give you 7 points.
And you know what tells me that he's washed is that his free throw percentage went down.
What is it?
Yeah.
Because he'd be like 91 or some shit.
Yeah, he used to. Yeah, he not even. And I may be wrong. Maybe it was just the playoffs, but I think I saw him shooting like 82% from the free throw line, and I was like, Klay Thompson.
It's hard to judge it because he's such just a shooter now. Like he's not even gonna get the volume for free throws anymore.
Yeah.
Like he might go a whole series and take 10 free throws for reason.
Yeah, no.
Which is more of an indictment because even when Klay was a little bit younger and you ran him off the line, he could still get to the rim and turn the ball over and actually dunk the ball. Like, he's not doing none of that now. He's done. He's done. He take the jumper away, he is done.
Yeah, he averaged 21 points a game this year, right? But he shot 43.6 from the floor. He shot 41% from three. And he shot 87.9 from the. Yeah, so he's not that bad. He's not as bad as what I thought.
He's just horrendous at defense now. Like his calling card used to play some defense. He can't do it anymore.
Yeah, no, he ain't three.
Nah, yeah, he used to play just defense.
He's just 3 and chuck more threes.
Yeah. He wasn't even bad in the playoffs. He was 87% from the free throw line in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And 36% from three, 38 from. So yeah, so he ain't bad.
You might have some gas in the tank, but it's like.
And he's not even really that old. He's only 33.
Technically, his game would indicate that he could last a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Well, on one end, on defense, that's gone. That's gone.
Hoodie Kev, would you be interested in a 21 point per game scorer that's shooting 41% from three and 88% from the free throw line that gives space into Jalen Brunson and Julius Randle?
I don't want anything involving Julius Randle anywhere near my 20, 23, 24 NBA team.
Not even Klay Thompson.
Klay Thompson couldn't save Julius Randle.
KP is a restricted free agent, man. So
Restricted, yeah.
I'm working on some stuff in the kitchen right now, and it's starting to come to fruition. I'm just not 100% there because if I say what I say, people are going to think that I'm crazy,
mad
right? They're going to
scientist.
think that I'm
Man, scientist.
insane.
Crazy Eddie.
Really got a vision on this one.
Crazy
Say it.
Hoodie.
Say it. Yeah.
I have a vision, and
You
yes,
have a
that vision
dream
includes Karl Anthony Towns.
that one day.
Um,
I'm not
Man,
even mad
please,
at it anymore.
You
yeah,
love
please,
this guy,
please no
man.
more cat, bro. Yo, come on, man. Please no more cat. This cat stuff is, man, this cat stuff is too much, man. I mean, how much can one person take, bro?
I have worked it out. It's perfect.
Can
It's
you
a
work it?
beautiful thing,
Hey, how about you? Can you work it back in?
and it's also working out under the cap. Bim. Bim.
Please no more Karl Anthony Towns, bro.
Karl Anthony Towns gonna be in Dykeman with his people,
And we also in
blowing
my
hookah.
prestige trade, we also get depth pieces that
Yeah.
stretch the floor and
Karl
play
Anthony Towns gonna
defense.
be up in
Oh
Dykeman
my
getting beat up by
God,
fifth
we
graders.
might be the best. We might go from the worst to
Run
the
it, Pop.
best 3-point shooting team in the league. Oh my good.
This can only happen when you have correct coaching. And Tom Thibodeau will have us taking contested 3-pointers until the day we die.
Here's the thing.
Yes.
If everybody can shoot threes on the team, everybody from every position, you can't
People
guard
thought the
everybody.
2017 Warriors could never be beat because everyone could shoot. What happened?
They
Here's the thing.
lost.
I'm a visionary.
I saw the 2017 Rockets allegedly the greatest isolation and volume 3-point shooting team get shut down.
I have put together defensive minded players, team oriented players.
Hoodie Cal, come on, man.
I-
Really,
I want to
can't
hear
believe-
this. I want to
I
hear
can't believe that I am not in a front office of a team right now.
All right, all
I
right.
can't believe
Put this
you are
put
not
this
in
on
a
a put this on a
bone.
Google Doc and let me see who is going where and why would these teams trade for our players, our specific players that you're willing to give up.
He need to just do a thing in the Lawrence Sears newsletter.
I'm gonna do that.
While
Show
Karl Anthony
me
Towns
how to
makes
do
it.
that tomorrow. And I'm
Show
gonna
you
let
how to use a Word doc.
No, what?
What?
I thought it might be some special
While
way
Karl
of how to
Anthony
do it.
Towns might be our 2008 Kevin Garnett.
That's the headline for you right there. You know what else is a headline? You know what goes right there?
You know what else is?
wet.
You know what else is? You know what else is a headline? Stephen A. Smith's headline.
What do you think of
We
Tareen
going way
Prince?
back.
What do you think of what? Say it again.
What do you think of Tareen Prince?
Torian Prince.
Nah, man.
No, you know, he said he called him Tareen. This already don't make sense.
He's just the guy
Torian.
unless he plays the Knicks.
Like, yeah.
Hey,
Then he
one less.
turns into 2015 Klay Thompson when he plays.
That's
Thompson.
one. Hey! I'm just saying. Lethal 3-point shooter.
Lethal?
He's just the guy.
Hey, that's all we need. We don't need him to be a star. We need him to come off the bench.
They don't even rely on him over there.
Hey, he plays a big role over there.
No, he doesn't.
No,
Plays a big role.
no, he
No, he doesn't. He played that role because there was injuries.
Yeah,
Hey.
come on, man.
He was not playing that many minutes for the majority of the year.
Is this the same team that has Anthony Edwards? Not
You know
just
he
taking
plays,
Anthony
you know he
Edwards spot?
plays 20 minutes a game, right?
Eh.
20 minutes? Oh, 20 minutes? Really?
22 minutes.
I bet you he is exhausted after the game.
Hey,
I know a Knicks player that have played twice that.
and we were like,
We had a
why is he still in the game at 40 minutes? Can he please sit down on the bench, Tom Thibodeau?
Tom Tibbs, please let that man. Yeah.
Just rest him, please.
Tibbs, please let that.
We up by 45 points with 2 minutes to go. Why is he still on the court?
Down by 45. You know what I'm saying? Tom Thibodeau got dudes out here. Yeah, hey, Hoodie Kev, you know how in the cowboy movie, the villain gets shot in the cowboy movie and he don't die. They just give him a cigarette.
He just lay down with a
Yeah, he just
cigarette
lay down, smoke a cigarette, and die.
and
Yeah,
get
yeah,
his little evil monologue off. Then he bleeds
yeah.
out.
That's what Tibbs is out here doing to RJ Barrett, bro. Tibbs legit got Josh Hart looking like the bad cowboy in a Western. I mean, come on, bro.
Well, don't
See,
forget
I'm
it.
getting
A
death
highly
pieces.
paid cowboy.
Oh, yeah.
I'm getting death pieces. Oh my god.
I'm willing to bet when you put up these hypothetical trades that these teams will not be willing to like give up what we're
I'm
or
still
willing to
trying to
take
hear
what
the
we given.
trade.
I guarantee you they would.
Hey, and Dre, you know, every time Hoodie Cav say cat name, the chat stop moving. Like everybody legit get up and walk away from their mind like, oh,
But
you
there
talking
are a
about
couple
cat
people that
again.
do love the idea of cat. Like, it's not just Hoodie Cat. So
I don't know how. I don't know what Carl Anthony Towns has ever done in his career to get this much conversation on an opposing team's channel.
Been rumored to that said
you know, there's
team.
someone out there like
Numerous
running a
rumors.
Suns podcast, and they're talking about Julius Randle in that way.
Yeah, the
And
Suns Valley podcast.
yeah,
You saw the Sun? Yeah, I saw it.
and they talk about Julius Randle in that way, and they probably have fans like, why? What has Julius Randle done
Yeah.
for us to value his skill set so
I
much?
saw it. It's a joint called the Suns Valley Podcast. I saw it. I was listening to it. It was like, man, if we just had somebody, man, we just need a Randall type player, man, that could just get on the boards, and we need that toughness. I was like, yo, who they talking about? I was like, they talking about him like he Barkley.
Outside perception is a funny thing.
Bro, I'm telling you,
Because I know there's definitely a lot of Minnesota guys that can't wait to get rid of Cat.
they can't wait.
They just like, I'm tired of
Namely
him.
Kyle Anderson. Kyle Anderson can't wait till Cat get out of here.
What if I said Kyle Anderson is going with Cat?
No.
I was saying, no, I'm saying, how would Kyle Anthony feel?
We would have the
if-
slowest
if-
starting five in the league. Period. Bar none.
Who says Kyle Anderson is going to be a starter?
He's a fringe starter. He's like a 6'7" guy on your bench. If you have an injury, he starts.
Tibbs
That's what he
would
did for the
love
Minnesota.
that. Man, Tibbs would love that dude. What? Tibbs
Imagine a Jalen Brunson, RJ Barrett, Kyle Anderson, Cat lineup.
we losing.
And then
we losing 219 to 218.
and then expect them to guard on the perimeter.
And yo, Hoodie Cab, have you ever seen Kyle Anderson on a fast break? There's no such thing. You can't put a dude named Slow Mo on a fast break, bro.
I'm gonna be.
But what if you had a lineup of Brunson, Caruso, Barrett, Obi, and Towns?
They getting killed on 2K, bro. They
Who-
overall is 79 on 2K.
It's. I'm gonna say this.
No, because Caruso is a player who said you got to have somebody like Caruso with Towns.
Right. Except I said Thibault.
Or you can have.
Didn't I say Thibault?
Or you can have.
Oh, was it Caruso? Either one.
Brunson,
Both of them.
Caruso, Barrett, Patrick Williams to help stretch out the defense, and Karl Anthony Towns.
None of these lineups sound like championship teams to me.
Why did not sound like championship teams?
Because they trash.
No. A lot of teams are trash then.
Right.
Only one team wins the championship every year. This Knicks team is trash because we ain't winning the championship. This ain't a championship caliber team. Because we not in the championship, are we?
JJ said Hoodie Kev. Oh my God, that's a brutal lineup. And he right.
How is that brutal?
I think.
How is that brutal? Because that lineup gives you everything that it gives you spacing.
I don't trust any lineup you say because you wanted Chris Bryant. I don't trust nothing you say with lineups.
If we had Chris Bryant right now, we would not be 27-27.
Yeah, we probably be like what 21,
29
and
20, 25.
No, they'd be a lot better if they had Chris Brown
28, 26.
right now.
They know they would have been a lot better if they would have just let Alvarez play from the beginning of the season.
Oh my God. When
Yes.
Alvarez is like statistically the best catcher in all of baseball,
Yep. Yep.
and it's like not even close.
I tried to tell Hoodie Cap this as far back as October. He like, you just the kids. And I was like, Hoodie Cap, bro, this cat is gonna be good, bro.
It's like
Trust me.
he's like the number one prospect in all of baseball, right? For a
Bro.
reason. And
Hoodie Cap,
this was before his defense was thought of.
yeah, his defense is good, bro.
It's actually damn good.
Right, right.
Mm-hmm.
That's if I'm the Mets, I'm reconsidering. Like, what do I do with Omar Narvaez?
Well, you're gonna no, it's more like I'm going to DFA Nito and Armand Narvaez is gonna be my off day catcher.
Really?
Yeah.
Nino is an original Met though.
Who cares? He sucks.
Nah, no, he's a great defender. He just can't hit.
Yeah. If he's okay.
I sent
He's
him
a
back
great
down to
defender
AAA.
on paper, but he hasn't been that defender for like 2 years.
I sent him back down to AAA, bro.
I trade him for an arm for the bullpen from some
Hey,
team.
Uncle Freezy, guess who's back? Liam Hendricks.
This dude, okay. Dre, this dude is trying to trade for a dude recovering from cancer and another dude with a torn shoulder ligament.
Oh no.
First
I mean,
off,
what is our staff that bad that we're that desperate?
Liam Hendricks is an elite bullpen arm, and he
We know that.
is
We know that.
100% in remission and back on the White Sox right now. He pitched I think yesterday or today was his first day.
And the White Sox are how much better with him?
I hope not good at all, so they can trade him.
Yeah.
Bing.
Him and Eloy Jimenez.
Who would be great at DH? Or do
Yeah,
you want to keep
man.
running out Daniel
Well,
Vogelbach?
First of all,
I'll only do it if they take Nito, Vogelback,
and Escobar.
yeah. Well, I'll take Escobar as like your replacement, like your
Because
fifth infielder.
mind you, they were going to trade the trade that was going to happen back in January when we thought we were getting who's in Minnesota?
Carlos Correa.
Carlos Correa. They were going to trade Escobar to the White Sox for Hendricks and Jimenez. And then the whole fiasco happened
Oh God.
with Correa.
He called it a fiasco.
He's
I mean, it was
Carlos-
a fiasco.
That man getting cancer was a fiasco. Now I feel you.
No, not Carlos. No, the Carlos Correa incident was a fiasco.
Correa's
Not Liam
getting
Hendricks.
compensation injuries because his foot is actually terrible right now.
Yeah.
Like he's getting compensation injuries on
Like-
his other
like-
foot
And hip.
because he can't really play on that bad ankle.
But I'm saying we could trade Escobar and
Brian Reynolds.
Nito and
I you know what? I'm keeping Escobar
other
because I
name.
need a fifth infielder and he's a switch hitter.
you get Guillermo down in minor leagues because he has
Guillermo.
nowhere to play.
Guillermo's a slap hitter, man. I'm not even
Yeah,
worried
yeah,
about
but
him.
his defense, he's got Gold Glove caliber.
Yeah, but he does.
But here's the thing: you're not putting in Eduardo Escobar because you need a bat. It's like we need a bat. Who do we go to? Escobar.
Do we need a bat? We
Mark Vientos.
Do we need
It's
a
like
bat though?
it's like I can guarantee you this is a clutch hit, a clutch situation.
But this is the
And
thing.
Buck
I
Showalter
would rather
looks down
him.
the line. He'd be like, "Yo, this ain't Angels in the outfield." Where Buck Showalter looks down and he sees an angel rubbing Escobar's shoulders. Like
But this is the thing. Like
Escobar, get in there.
Escobar makes a decent amount of money, and I'd rather him as my left-handed DH than Vogelback
I would prefer to just give.
because we don't have a left-handed DH.
I would rather just give all those bats to Vientos, all of them.
I mean, most of them at least.
Yeah, I think because the thing about the young players, they're not gonna just be pinch hitter ready. Pinch hitters are dudes that have experience like professional hitters. You know, guys like him. You know what? I would start and Hoodie Kev and I disagree with this, but I would start giving Pete Alonso DH at bats. Right.
So Vientos could place him first.
Yeah. So you can put power all across your infield.
I would say just run Vientos at DH now. At that point,
Yeah, I'm not saying that I
because
want
I think Pete Alonso's defense is way better
Way
than
better.
Vientos'.
Way better.
yeah, I think Pete Alonso's defense is way better than he had been at first base. I don't know for sure that his defense is way better than Mark Vientos.
Look at the
Uh,
numbers.
uh, uh,
Look
What
at
numbers? What numbers?
look at Pete Alonso's defensive metrics this season. And you'd be like, oh,
Compared to Mark Vientos?
I am pleasantly surprised with where he ranks defensively among first basemen.
Hoodie Kev, that's exactly what I just said.
but
That's
unless you
exactly what I
think
just
Mark
said.
Vientos is going to be near Gold Glove caliber, then I'd be mistaken. Like,
Okay.
I think Mark Vientos has been moved around the infield for a reason. Like he's been playing third and first because he doesn't have a defined great position on the infield.
Not just that, but because the top prospects
Yeah,
they come up with them are
inhabit
playing the
his
same
same
position.
spots. Yeah,
Yeah.
True.
So yeah, in AAA, Vientos was on first and Beatty
Beatty.
was at third,
true.
right? So, it's one of them things, man, where, I mean and I'm gonna say I'll say this so I'll get Hoodie Cam frustrated, but the same thing happened to Jeff Bagwell. Jeff Bagwell came up with guys that play the same positions as him, and he wound up finally going to first base. He looked like a doorstopper over there, like a 5'10" first baseman. You rarely see that.
that was probably because he was playing in the NL, so he had to. His bat was so good that you had to figure out to give him something.
Yeah, you had to put him in a yeah.
But in today's baseball, he's just going DH full time and not even think about it.
Yep.
I'm saying we can go get.
They have him listed as 6 foot. He didn't look 6 foot to me.
He
but
ain't no damn 6 foot.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It might be the cleats telling you that.
Yeah, in the pitcher's mound. Yeah.
And him standing on the base.
Yeah, on top of the base. Yeah. Yeah.
All I'm saying is Hendricks is back. I think the White Sox are going to be traders, right? Traders. And Jimenez is going to get better. And
yeah, leave him out of it. We don't want Eloy Jimenez because he's injury prone, bro. He's always hurt.
I think if we could find some sort of consistency with the starting lineup, then we'll be fine. Like we've had horrendous pitching and we're hovering around 500, and our offense has been showing up. So any sort of consistency will probably take off at some point.
Right. Okay.
I'm not worried, but I'm concerned. If that makes sense.
I'm both. I'm both when it comes to the pitching.
Highest payroll in the league, and we need like 4 AAA guys.
Right. That's why when we signed Justin Verlander, I was like, somebody told me the other day, hey, Justin Verlander pitched into the 8th inning the other day.
Yeah.
They're having a parade down Champions Way.
I don't think anybody said that at all.
And so I was like, man, you know what?
Considering none of our pitchers could do that, then we probably should. Because I don't. Before that game, I believe we only had like one pitcher go 7 innings, and he went 8. So,
let me ask y'all a question. Since the year 2000, which franchise has been better, the New York Yankees or the New York Mets?
Well, they won a championship, so I'll say they've been better.
Yeah, which team has been better?
The Yankees.
The Yankees have what, 2 championships?
And they haven't missed the playoffs for a long time, recently at least. Like, I think they've been in the playoffs like the last 6 years, 7 years in a row. As soon as their manager got there, they haven't missed the playoffs. He's like the first manager to go to the playoffs 5 straight years or something like that. to
Brett
start his
Boone.
career. Yeah, he's the first
Yeah.
manager to ever do that.
Um.
Granted, making the playoffs is easier now than the first 100 years of baseball.
Yeah. Yeah. Who has the better pitching staff in the 2000s? The Yankees or the Mets?
In the 2000s,
in the
Yeah.
23 seasons.
Yes.
peaks, I would say the
You want a
Mets have had higher
trivia?
peaks,
Yeah.
but
Consistently, I would say
consistency,
the Yankees.
Yankees consistency.
Yeah. I would say the Mets. I'm leaning Mets.
They always had the bats though to offset that. We never always had bats. You've had sprinkles of talent in like '05, '06, '07, '08, then lulls, then power and bats coming back in like 14, 15, and then fall off from 16, 17, 18, 19. Then Pete Alonso, 18, 19, 20, so on and so forth.
Huh. I was looking for Stat Muse. I thought Stat Muse was going to look it up for me so I can compare it, but
Like you
he
was
did.
gonna look up total ERA between teams.
Oh
I mean, you could look it up that way.
no, I want to look at wins and losses for both teams.
I'll say this: by
Why do
virtue of
the
the
Oakland
Yankees
A's
making the
only have
playoffs,
11 wins?
yeah,
Oh
they're gonna break that Mets record or
God!
the
Yeah.
infamous record, the 1962 Mets record.
Did you see that foul ball that three of them came together like three stooges and the ball dropped in between all of them?
Oh God,
Yeah, they're trash.
they out there playing like the Washington Generals.
Yeah, our AAA team can beat them right now. I think Mark Vientos goes to Oakland and put up Reggie Jackson numbers because he's so much better than everybody there.
Didn't Tony Kemp like do something at one point in time?
Yeah, he sung that song. Just got paid, right?
I don't. I don't think the right guy.
Did he
Friday
used to
night
play?
just got paid
Yeah, did he play center field for the Dodgers? Him and Andre Ethia were
because
Yes.
together.
his name is not Tony Kemp. His last name is Kemp,
Okay,
I
but
think
it's
that's
not.
Matt Kemp you're talking about.
Yeah, it's Matt Kemp.
okay.
Who's
They
Tony
had,
Kemp?
that's your neighbor.
Definitely not my neighbor. Actually,
Who?
I've just met my neighbors for the first time yesterday, and I've been living in my house for like 3 weeks now.
So,
Um.
who's Tony Kemp? Like, dude's been in the league for like 8 years.
Yeah. Yeah. The Dodgers. That Dodgers outfield I just mentioned when I just thought about it, man. That outfield was. You know who played left field for them? Carl Crawford. That outfield was Carl Crawford, Matt Kemp, Andre Ethia. They had um Adrian Gonzalez on first base.
Man, I remember when we had Benny Agbayani, Jay Payton, and Derek Bell.
Ugh.
Oh my
Ooh,
god.
good times right
Is
there.
is that did we
The
also
the
have
the Mo
Timo
Vaughn years, man.
did we
No, that's
also have
before the
Timo
mobile
Perez?
years.
That was
That was
before.
also Timo. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
that
was
was
in
before.
2000.
Yeah, that was before. You remember Timo Perez?
Timo Perez made one of the greatest catches in Mets history.
You remember Lastings Millage?
I do remember that.
Unfortunately, I thought he was next up, and then
We had
busted.
man Lastings Millage. We had a shortstop named Ruben Tejada. He was the most gifted, physically gifted shortstop but he was lazy. Jose
Is he
Reyes said it.
physically gifted?
Yes, Jose Reyes said it himself. Jose Reyes was like, he's more physically talented than me, but he just don't work as hard. That's what Jose Reyes said himself. And I was like, Ruben Tejada?
I think Jose Reyes was being a little bit,
Maybe.
yeah, because
Maybe.
Jose Reyes, the way he ran those base paths, yeah, that was special.
Maybe. Like what Jason Tatum said tonight about Jalen Brown. So that might be true.
Yeah,
That that
but
that might be true. So
like we've had a lot more lean years since 2000 than the Yankees for sure, for certain. So it's hard to just say,
I have a question.
yeah.
Is when baseball made these new rule changes with the pitch clock and all this other stuff, do y'all think that's hurting overall hitting? Because
No.
if you look at players, right? If you look at the averages around, everyone is like not hitting up to their past levels, right? Like
I
Paul
think
Goldsmith is
I
batting
think
like
it's
290 when you expect him to be hitting like 330 right now.
I think it's an adjustment period because it just happened ultimately,
Right.
and players will adjust like they all do. And it's like a rhythm thing as well.
Right.
There's a reason why the quick pitch bothers hitters
Right.
because they're not ready.
Because they can't get into that rhythm, that routine. Yeah.
so
Yeah.
it's one of those things where I think
Nobody is like, I'm going through like, the, people who you think should be like, oh, this person should be
But Honey
hitting.
Kev, let me speak to that point though, just real quick, because you brought it up. Let me just speak to the. I don't think it's that. You know what I think it is? I think it's all the measurement systems around the ballpark. Like when you go to a game now, when you go to a game, right? The pitcher throws the ball, the radar flashes it up here. It was a 96-mile-per-hour cutter. And then if it's hit and put in play, they show the launch angle and speed off the bat and
exit velocity.
you like you remember when the name of the game was just put the bat on the ball? Now everybody is swinging like Pete Alonso on the square buttons.
I'll say
You know
this
what I'm
though
saying?
to that point. Back in them days, your third starter did not throw 100 miles per hour.
Right.
So
Right.
your third starter on like a good team was throwing 91, 92 fastballs, and his
Right.
changeup stuff was like 80, 84.
Right. And your fifth starter was a 41-year-old dude just barely hanging on in the league. But he would
Yeah,
eat innings. He was a dude that would go out there and get shelled like every other appearance, and you appreciated him for that because
the
he took all the slack off your ace.
yeah, all these numbers, right, that we talk about, it's led to more specialization
Right.
within MLB. So like put it this way, if you were to drop one of the greats, if you were to drop Joe DiMaggio in 2023 baseball, he might struggle the first year
Yeah.
or two
Yeah.
because just the pitching is vastly different from that era.
And the equipment. The
The
bats.
equipment, the stuff, like
Yeah.
it's it's just different. So so now when we talk about these things, like there's gonna be an adjustment period for even the highest end because ultimately, if you're playing baseball, even when you're playing at the highest level, you're failing more often than you're winning
Right.
from a hitting standpoint.
Right.
So,
And then even the bats, Dre, the bats that I used when I played high school ball, right? We played with wood bats, right?
right.
And the wood bats were totally balanced wood bats, right? By the time my son was playing with metal composite top heavy bats where all the weight was at the edge of the bat to give everybody bat speed. People think the ball goes further because the spring action off of metal. Nah, it's
Because the
like
bat's lighter, you're swinging it faster, harder.
yeah, the handle is so light that all the weight is at the like legit when
It's
you
like a
if you
mallet. You're swinging a mallet.
yes, you're swinging a mallet, bro. And so hoodie cap, that's why I think the averages are down. The equipment that they're using, bro, they are
Also,
swinging
also
Thor's
like
hammer at every pitch.
also like in 2023, batting average is not as important.
Right,
Like when you're analyzing players in terms of impact, batting average isn't the first thing that you look at. Well,
right,
from an advanced analytics standpoint,
Listen, right now,
right. But
slugging
Tony,
I'm
percentages,
just saying,
on
just let me
base
just
plus
say this one thing.
slugging, and all that
But
other
like
stuff. Yeah.
for instance, if I come up and every time I come up, there's a guy on third base and I hit 3 sacrifice flies, right? That would be more impressive to my manager than if I just hit 1 2-run home run.
Yeah. and like exit velocity and
Listen,
like angle, launch angle, and all that
Long
stuff.
angle. Yeah.
That incentivizes guys to care less about batting the ball in play and being a slap hitter. It's like Lindor is like JJ said, Lindor is hitting like 220, right? But he
Right.
has damn near 40 RBIs.
Look at his launch angle.
and it's
When I see Lindor, I see his hips opening up, and I see his shoulder pointing towards the pull side.
and that's just from his left side. His right side, he's more balanced and short
Right.
swing and
Right.
like like what you would
Swing the
train
contact. Yep.
what you would train someone that came up in the majors in the year of 1995.
Right. Hit it
It's
straight back up the box. Yep.
yeah.
listen. Tony Gwynn is rolling around in his grave right now.
I hope not. I hope he. I hope he resting in peace.
Tony Gwynn,
Probably is, but he's
but
still rolling around. Like, what are y'all doing? He Tony Gwynn be like, I would hit 375 right now.
he
No, he
could do that. He could do that, and he still wouldn't make as much money as the sluggers.
yeah.
Not even close.
That man ain't bad. No, Tony Gwynn, all them dudes, Ted Williams, the balls. That man, listen, these pitchers have so much break and velocity on their pitches, bro. You got
This man Jacob DeGrom is throwing 92-mile-an-hour sliders. That's
yes,
the reason why he's hurt.
yes,
Not even throwing the 102 fastball. It's the sliders that are tearing his arm up.
yes. These dudes are throwing 91-mile-per-hour changeups.
And Tony Gwynn was still
Cy Young in his prime was probably throwing 83 miles an hour.
and would still he would be hitting 340 right now.
Who, Tony Gwynn?
I
Yes.
don't know about 340. You're gonna be a 300 hitter. You're gonna be like 315,
340 right
320.
now. Because Tony Gwynn is gonna make you throw what he wants you to throw.
No, he ain't gonna do that.
Yes.
Now, because for one, the strike zone is called differently, right? Now, bro, when you go to the games now, they have the K zone up in the stadium. That's why the people in the stadium don't even watch it. That's why they put nets up around the stadium, bro. Because everybody is watching all the stuff around the stadium.
They're not paying attention. They might get hit upside the head with a foul ball. Man.
That's why the nets are up. Yes. Bro, and no disrespect to people that don't go to the games and all that stuff, and you don't get to experience that atmosphere and all of that stuff.
I can't
But
play. I
listen,
can't get a seat behind them Knicks, man. I gotta be somewhere else.
yeah, I gotta sit in the beer section, bro. Who do you care? What I'm saying ultimately is them cats like Eric Davis, Darryl Strawberry, they would be batting like 215 now. 215 with 50 home runs.
Because they be training them to care about launch angle.
Right. Right. And the difference in pitches now, man, these dudes are getting 9 inches of break either glove
Up,
side.
down, left, right,
Yeah,
diagonally.
yeah, man. Yo,
they
I saw
they're not even calling it like sliders anymore. They're calling it sweepers.
I have a question. Do we
right.
have a better group of pitchers now, or did we have it 20 years ago?
In 2002?
In 2002 compared to now, are there better pitchers then or now?
Better pitches then.
Yeah,
Pitchers,
people was hitting
the act of
300.
pitching.
People were hitting
Pitch-
better. People were having There were probably more people hitting 300 then.
Right.
Than
But
there
there
is
also
now.
were.
But you just said they had better pitchers in general. And
You got to remember the shift wasn't like a thing like that back then.
There is no more shift anymore.
There isn't anymore now. But remember, there's bad habits that led into the whole launch angle thing because teams were overloading with shifts. They were like, don't even hit it into the shift, hit it into the air.
Yeah.
And
Right.
that whole
That's where
line of
launch angle
thinking,
comes from.
that
Launch
whole line
angle
of
come.
that whole
I'm
line
sorry,
of thinking just changed that whole purpose. Now you got to break these habits that you gained over the last 5-6 years between
Yeah,
players.
Hoodie Kev, think about this. These kids were coming up in high school playing against these rules. Now that the rules have changed, they have to undo a lifelong thing of training. You know what I'm saying? Like when you remember what's his name? Used to wear 44 for the Reds. The dude that hit the Shea Stadium scoreboard. The power hitter they had.
44 for the Reds.
Yeah, the big dude. He used to bat behind Joey Votto.
Uh,
He wound up playing for the
Oh, he
White
played
Sox.
The
first
first
base. He played
baseman.
first.
First
Yeah.
baseman, yeah.
uh,
Oh man, I know who you're talking about. Give me a second.
no, I'm about to say his name is Ryan. His name's not
No,
Ryan.
it's not right. It's he was a big dude. I forget his name.
Adam Dunn.
Adam Dunn.
Adam Dunn. That's his name.
Yup,
That was that
Adam Dunn.
classic
There went to
slugger.
first base.
Classic slugger.
Right. The shift was instituted because of dudes like him and Jim Tomey. You know what I'm saying?
And David Ortiz.
I mean,
And
Jim
Big Poppy,
Tomey
yeah.
is not
Also,
in the
Mark
same
Teixeira as
category
well. They
as.
used to do the shift.
So here's the thing: if you would have said, uh, I didn't. It doesn't strike me that Jim Tomey hit over 600 home runs, right? It doesn't strike me like was Jim Tomey that great?
Yeah.
Like Jim Tomey hit 600 and like 40 home runs. Like what the?
Yeah.
What? Jim Tomey? Like, it doesn't register like that happened.
Hey, you know who else is like that with me? Carlos Delgado.
How many does he have?
Carlos Delgado? Like, no, I'm just saying, just think about what I'm saying. You're like Carlos Delgado batted 280 and averaged like 37 home runs a year. Carlos Delgado?
Yeah.
But he did that.
You know who I always
I
thought
remember
was the
one year he had
strongest.
100 RBIs before the All Star.
Yeah.
You know, and
yeah.
'cause I tried this, and as a baseball player, you knew who I always thought growing up was the strongest person ever?
Albert Bell.
No, Gary
Jackson.
Sheffield. Do you
Yeah.
know the
Oh,
Turk you had to
Gary
put on your
Sheffield.
wrist to bat like this and
Yeah.
then hit the ball as hard as Gary Sheffield did?
Gary
And his
Sheffield
arms
put
were
on-
like that big.
Gary Sheffield put on
His
like 40
forearms are
pounds.
bigger than people's quads.
Yes. That dude put on like 40 pounds in 2 seasons.
I mean, we all know how he did it.
Yeah.
Also, Frank Thomas also had a good bat as well when the
Yeah.
ball hit his bat.
Yeah.
You know who also? There's 2 seasons that are just incomparable to me. The what's his name? The Brady Anderson season where he had 50 home runs just out of nowhere. Like what? How did he hit 50 home runs?
Yeah, to his credit, what he started doing is jumping pitches. Like you remember he was a leadoff hitter, right?
Mhm.
Pitches coming out, they're like, I'm just gonna get some strikes over and try to get in a groove, and he just come up there swinging from his hips, just trying to drive it, bro. I saw that. I was like, dang, he's swinging for a leadoff man. He mighty aggressive. You know what I'm saying? But then after a while, when he got about 20 home runs, you was like, wait a minute, this dude juicing. You know what I'm saying? Because that man was like a 13 home run hitter, and then now he got 20 by the time June get here.
And the second one is, it's weird because his body didn't look any different.
Right.
But he jumped up from like 30 home runs to 57, and that's Luis Gonzalez.
Yeah.
And it's like, how in the world did because Luis Gonzalez was still small when he had 57 home runs.
I thought you was gonna say Soriano.
And it's like,
Yeah.
how in the world?
I
No,
thought
because
you
Luis
was gonna
Gonzalez had never hit like more than like 32 home runs.
I thought you was gonna say Rafael Palmeiro.
And then he just jumped from like 30 to like 57. And
Right.
it's like, what?
You know who I thought was on the juice? King Caminiti.
He was.
He was.
He was.
Yeah,
Did he have like a heart attack or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was. He definitely
He
was on a juice.
had a heart attack. He
I-
had several actually.
Yeah, I'll never forget that the announcer said, hey, he just threw a 97 mile per hour throw to first base. 97. And you like, what? A pitcher throwing downhill with assistance from a rubber is barely throwing 97. Right? Like pitchers, a pitcher can't throw, or
They need leverage, consistent leverage.
yes,
Yeah.
they don't throw like that on flat ground. Right? This dude threw a 97 mile per hour on ball to first base off a ground ball.
I know
And-
Jeff
and I was
Bagwell
like,
like,
yeah,
you
he-
some of them. What are you doing?
Yeah, as soon as I saw that, I was like, he juicing, bro.
It's like it's like the juicing thing. It doesn't necessarily like have to be the obvious that you're getting big all over your body. If you spot train, you're going to increase your bat speed, which is
Yeah.
ultimately all you need to do to hit more home runs.
Right.
If you swing the bat faster, if you swing it like it's a damn toothpick, it's
Right.
going to go further. And a
Yeah.
lot of those guys were just spot training their arms
You know who was
Yeah.
and their
great?
backs and their chest, and that's it.
You know who was great that just faded away to like obscurity? Juan Gonzalez. Like Juan
Yeah.
Gonzalez was like the man, and then you just like never heard from Juan Gonzalez again.
Yep. Yep.
It was him, Pudge Rodriguez, Rafael Palmeiro down there in Texas, and
Ruben
then like,
Sierra,
and then like he just what happened
Sammy
to
Sosa.
Juan Gonzalez just disappeared. Like
Yeah.
that was it.
Yeah. I used to play a video game with all of them on it, and man, bro, that lineup was so crazy.
Triple play 97.
So it's probably it was so what the I'm talking about is like because I played that too, but I think I'm talking. It's a game that came out in like '92 for
Well,
Sega
that's a
Genesis.
little before my time.
Sega, I got you.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Hey,
Trying to
look,
remember.
steroid era was a fantastic time.
I'm hoping that we get back to the stolen base because I'm tired of pitches, bro.
Well,
Yeah,
the
I like the stolen bases.
stolen bases
Jose
are going
Reyes.
up.
Yeah, I'm tired of these dudes like these Justin Verlanders who throw a
Hendrickson.
pitch and then go smoke a cigarette and take a nap and then get up and try to throw another pitch. That's why they got the pitch clock. Because these dudes throwing 99 because they throwing they fastest, they throwing their hardest, and then they taking 2 minutes to throw another pitch.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying, man? Ain't nobody with that's why baseball is boring. Get them dudes, man, hurry up and pitch.
It's not even just that. It's just they don't even develop their arm anymore. I remember back in the day, you used to have like a pitcher like Nolan Ryan who would just come out and just continue to pitch. Or you had that pitcher from the Cincinnati Reds back in the day that pitched in the pitched like 4 games in the World Series. I forgot his name. But like all of that pitcher
Jose
development
Rijo.
yes, thank you. Like constantly throwing the ball, constantly getting that motion down. They don't even do that anymore. They allow them to just pitch as hard as they want for 4 or 5 innings, and then they
I think the
automatically go
80s
fly.
babies ruined it.
Yes,
Everybody born in the 80s just ruined sports totally.
What happened?
Yeah.
Hmm.
The 80s babies ruined it. They wanted everything to be more video game like,
yeah.
right? Everything got the
More
NFL got
home
you got
runs.
yeah. They don't want to see the running game in football. They don't want to see 2 running backs rush for 150 yards. Now they want you to throw the ball deep to Randy Moss. Oh, Randy Moss. Randy
Or
Moss is the
Calvin
GOAT.
Johnson. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know, and baseball, they like, I don't want to sit around. I don't want to see them bunt and then move the runner over and then work the pitcher and get a walk. I just want to see somebody come up and hit a grand slam. You know what I'm saying? I think the 80s babies did it. If you was born like 85 and after,
Mm-hmm.
I think you'd ruin sports. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Because it's like they don't have the mentality to sit and wait on stuff. Right?
And that's the best time too, because if you really go to a baseball game and just wait, you'll get those home runs. It just won't be in like the bottom of the ninth or the 7th inning or the 5th inning. You know what I'm saying? Like it'll be like if you really watch the game of baseball. This is why I love baseball. If you watch it,
Right.
there's certain times where you would have highlights of great moments in that baseball play, but it gets misconstrued because there's 100+ games for the rest of the season. That's all.
Yeah. 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 Any of y'all have a favorite baseball team to watch that's not the Mets?
Yeah, it's called the Yankees.
Oh wow. Wow.
Nah, but growing up though, I ain't gonna front. I was a Kansas City Royals fan, like just because of Bo Jackson. I liked watching him, and then I became a Yankee fan.
Okay.
The Mariners, just for sentimental
Oh,
reasons.
Ken Griffey Jr., Alex Rodriguez. Who else did you have?
They had Edgar
Who was
Martinez, Jay
Dave Mar-
Buhner,
Yep. And who was your
Tino
catcher again? I forgot.
Martinez,
Tino Martinez.
huh?
Joey Cora. Yeah, Joey Cora at
Yeah.
second base. Who's a third baseman?
I could have sworn they had. Nah, he was shortstop at the time.
Was it Jeff Cirillo? No, it wasn't Jeff Cirillo.
No, Jeff from the Rockies.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought Jeff Cirillo for some reason.
And he played for the Brewers first, I think.
Yeah. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. I don't even know. I have no idea how Jeff Cirillo's name just popped into my head. Like, Jeff Cirillo.
Wow.
Who was the Colorado Rockies first baseman back in the day?
Todd Hilton.
Andres
Yes,
Galarraga.
that was my boy.
Big
Ty
I
hit.
love
Hilton, Larry
Rocky Top,
Walker,
man.
Vinny Castilla, Dante
Yo.
Bichette.
I
Yeah.
remember when they got Baby Bull, that little catcher that they had that they called Baby Bull that was coming up and he was swinging for the fences and then nothing happened after like 2 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it me or is it if the Toronto Blue Jays front office like, hey, if your daddy played in the majors, we want you here?
Yeah.
Yeah, Vlad.
Because of the Bichette mention.
They got Kevin Biggio,
Right. Right.
Bo Bichette, Vlad Jr.
Vlad.
I'm like, hey, if your daddy
I think
played
they
in the
had
majors,
Lawrence Gurriel too. I think they had Lawrence Gurriel too one time.
yes.
Is
So
it
like,
me or is the Blue Jays mascot creepy?
I don't even remember. What is
I
the
don't even know
Blue
who
Jays?
is their mascot.
Hey.
I'm about to Google it right now.
Yeah,
Oh my God. What the hell is this?
Google all the Blue Jays mascots, bro. And
I
you
thought it was just a Blue Jay.
they
Hold
got
up.
one.
They got
one-
like the mascot with like an actual, like, you know how Mr. Met actually is like a big baseball head. They have like a bird head, but they change the head almost very often, and it's very hideous and off-putting.
do you see the Blue Jays logo with the T, with the Blue Jay with the tattoo on the tattoo
Yeah,
with the maple leaf tattoo on his arm?
yeah.
Yeah, he flexing like he on some steroids.
That's creepy, bro.
Yeah, he
Can
hugging
you
that
imagine
T
going outside and seeing a steroided up bird in your yard?
Uh,
with a baseball bat,
Yeah.
throwing it a ball in
Yeah.
the air like he about to hit you. Yeah.
yeah. This is not it. Whatever this is, it's not
Whatever.
it.
That's creepy, bro. It's like Chucky.
Yeah, this ain't it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, fellas, I'm gonna get out of here, man. I'm gonna call it a night, man, so I can get ready to do some
All
stuff
right.
in the morning, man. Thank y'all for rocking with me.
No
Memorial Day
problem. Thank you
weekend.
for having us.
We up here talking on the Cat at Night podcast. You know what I'm saying? The Knox
I'm
at
gonna
Night
write.
podcast.
I'm gonna write a. I'm gonna type something up, and when I put it on there, on Blowing Tears.
It's gonna take off.
Go New York, go New York, go.
All right,
Y'all gonna read this, and your eyes are gonna open.
right.